Welcome to the channel if you've never been here before. This is Movie Readings, where I take entire Hollywood scripts and read them from start to finish. Sometimes these take hours to make, so it would really help me out if you could subscribe below and comment with which movies you would like to see in the near future. Of course, you can like or dislike, depending on how you feel about my choice for this video. Without further delay, enjoy Minority Report from 2002. We open to a black screen and hear a woman whisper, "Murder." We fade into a series of images, some coming at us fast and furious, some slowed down, some still as photographs. None make sense to us yet. A hand picks up a pair of scissors. The face of Abraham Lincoln. The scissors poke through the eye. A newspaper boy rides by on a recumbent bike. A newspaper hits the ground. Snip go the scissors, and now we see a man's face watching us. Muscular, handsome, with a kid's face beside his own. The same man's face with the kid's face on the other side of him, now facing backwards. Snip go the scissors, and we now see a woman admires herself in the mirror. Water runs into a bathtub. A hand reaches for a doorknob. We move through it, leaving the door open behind us. A flight of stairs. Snip go the scissors, and now we see the woman unbuttons her blouse as the man, now half nude, watches from a doorway. We start up the stairs. A door at the top slightly ajar. Snip go the scissors, and we see the woman at the mirror. The man comes up behind her and unfolds her in his arms. Snip, and we see a kiss on the neck. Snip, snip. We continue up on the stairs. We are at the door now. Snip. A hand now dips into the rush of water from the spout, testing it. Snip, snip, and we see the woman smiling in the mirror, pleased with her reflection. Snip, snip, and we see the woman and the man on the bed making love. Another man's face rises over the bed now as he watches. The woman looks over her lover's shoulder, sees the face, and sits up. The man by the bed is smaller than the lover, older, but enraged, as he now raises the scissors, and we pull away to reveal that we're looking at the image as it plays out inside the dark pupil of a human eye. The eye blinks, and now we go wider. We're looking now at a female face staring up at us, eyes blue as gas flames, floating in some sort of white liquid, as she looks up at us and speaks. "Howard." Pulling back still further, we see a male face next to her. "I forgot my glasses." The scissors snip. "You know I'm blind without them." We see the woman in the bedroom, as she screams and the man stabs her in the throat with the scissors, and now the muscular man gets out of bed. He tries to run for the safety of the bathroom, but gets stabbed in the back. Quick flashes of the scissors as the muscular man goes down. The bloody scissors bounce open onto the bathroom floor. Now blood-red water begins to overflow onto the floor. We follow the water through the cracks and lines in the tile to an outstretched hand, still striped with blood. We then dissolve to 3 faces. As they shut their eyes, begin to sink slowly into the white liquid, they all whisper together, "Murder." As their faces disappear into the milky void, we hear a siren alarm and now see a red ball in the analytical room, rolling fast down a chute from the top right corner of frame. Now another red ball rolls down from the top left corner. The motion is slowed for an instant so that we can see the names etched into it. Sarah Marks, Donald Dubin. It rolls past, and now a second red ball rolls right at us from the top left. The motion on this one is slowed for an instant so we can read the name etched into the side. Howard Marks. Just as it rolls over to us, we now see inside pre-crime headquarters. The doors slide open, revealing Senior Detective John Anderton. Mid-30s, military haircut. He pushes through a second pressurized door, leading us past a series of glassed-in offices and cubicles. Okay, Jad, what's coming? Red ball. Double homicide. 1 male, 1 female. Killer's male, white, 40s. Jad, 28, African American, the main dispatcher. One of 6 team members crowded around the computer display. They back off so Anderton can take a look. We need confirmation on the time frame. Location still uncertain. Remote witnesses are hooked in. Case 1108, pre-visualized by the precogs and recorded on holosphere by pre-crimes Q-stacks. He looks to his screen. My fellow witnesses for case 1108 are Dr. Catherine James and Chief Justice Frank Pollard. As a split image emerges of James and Pollard in their respective offices. Have the witnesses previewed and validated 1108? An elderly man, retired Chief Justice Frank Pollard, stares at a video monitor showing the prevision. Affirmative. Validated. As Catherine James, a bespectacled middle-aged criminal psychologist, yawns. A big cup of coffee in one hand. Go get him. As Anderton pulls a small disc from his pocket. Stand by. The men all share knowing glances as he inserts the disc into the player. We now hear a Strauss symphony over Anderton. He slips on an eyepiece and a special finger glove, then moves his hands over the huge prevision screen, conducting the array of images we saw during the opening. The screen responds to wherever he looks or whatever he touches. All right, Howard, where are you? We hear birds chirping, someone humming softly in a suburban DC kitchen, and then, breakfast! Sarah, the woman we saw just murdered, cooks breakfast. Bathed in a halo of bright sunshine that streams in from a window, she looks up and smiles. A beautiful day outside. 70 years ago, our fathers brought forth on this, She sets down 2 plates of scrambled eggs on the table, where her son, 10, sits reciting the Gettysburg Address as he cuts out a cardboard mask with a pair of scissors, poking through Lincoln's eyes to make holes he can see through. Continent, a new nation conceived in liberty. Howard, breakfast! Everyone in the room is working on the vision. A team of researchers study the building, the trees in the area. I show 8 Howard Marks inside the district, sorting by race and age. On another screen, driver's license photos now begin to flash past. Let's see if we can get lucky. He zooms in on the image of a newspaper. The headline reads, President supports pre-crime amendment. Come on. As the sprinklers come on, just as Howard Marks, the older man we saw stab his wife, steps out of the house. Morning, Mr. Marks. He looks over as a paperboy waves from a recumbent bicycle and tosses a newspaper. As it flies at us, the image auto-enhances as we zoom in closer to the newspaper sitting on the kitchen table. We see an address label with the name Howard Marks. As the paper lands on the lawn, starts to get soaked by the sprinklers, Howard frowns at the kid and reaches through the water to grab it. As Anderton sees that the ink on the wet address label has run, blurring the information, Jed shakes his head. We can't grab it. Run the subscription list. As a mounted policeman runs by, Howard smiles, turns, and starts to head back inside when he notices something across the street. As Anderton focuses on the murder room, He zooms in and out a blurry night clock stand. A stack of books blocks it. He zooms out of the window. I've got north-facing shadows on the window of the building behind. I need trig and image analysis. Vectors from the shadow appear on the screen now. Working it now. Anderton turns and looks at the 3 screens, showing the male faces and the female face floating in the liquid we saw in the beginning. Morning, detectives. The faces don't respond. They just stare into the void. Anderton touches the screen, and now the female seems to turn and look at him. Howard Marks pauses and notices a man, handsome, muscular, practically bursting out of a nice suit, loitering in front of the small park across the street. Howard studies the man a moment as Sarah appears in the doorway behind him and sees him looking at the man. "Breakfast, honey." And now the man across the street looks this way, sees Howard, sees Sarah right behind him, and quickly moves off. He looks familiar. Who? The man across the street. I've seen him before. How can you even tell? You know how blind you are without your glasses. As Jad looks at an array of driver's license photos, we see one for Howard Marks, and then another for Sarah Marks. Same address. Got him in the Foxhall, 4421 Gainsborough. Send a DCPD blue and white out there. Set up a perimeter and tell him we're en route. What's our confirmed time? From solar position, trig and image, confirms it approximately 8:04 a.m. The whole team looks up at the clock, 7:47. Anderton sets the timer on his watch. 17 minutes. Armor up. 6 sticks and concussion guns. This is going to be close. Like a firehouse, everybody's slipping into uniform, riding up poles on chairs. A flurry of activity as weapons, helmets, and other newfangled gear are pulled from wall racks. Not a big redhead, thick of neck and thicker of head, hands out the gear. He takes out what looks like a billy club and points it at the heaviest cop, who wolfs down the last of a Danish. "Hey, Stedman, want to lose those 10 ugly pounds like right now?" The cop reacts and pushes the stick away. "If you touch me with that puke pole, asshole, you're gonna wear the fucking risotto I had for dinner last night, along with the 2 chili dogs I had for breakfast." As Jad spins around in his chair. "Chief, we got a problem with our location." Anderton looks at him. "It's no longer there." Jad indicates a video screen showing video bot view of a fire-charred home. Only one wall is left standing. As Anderton looks at the prevision, begins manipulating the images, he glances at the precog monitor. A female face writhes in the screen, and Anderton looks at her. "Where are we going, Agatha? Talk to me." Anderton turns away as Fletcher, 30, second in command, approaches Anderton. The female face turns and seems to look at Anderton through the screen. "Chief, the investigator from the Fed is here." "You're kidding! That's today?" "I wrote it down in your calendar, and then I left a message at your house." Anderton, working. "That's all I need. Some twink from the Fed poking around right now." And then to Jad. "Check again with the paper. They had it forwarded. See if the neighbors know where they went. Check all relations." Sir?" "Get him some coffee and tell him to wait outside." "I've got coffee, thank you." Anderton turns to see Danny Witwer, mid-20s, quietly looking at everyone and everything. He extends his hand. "Danny Witwer, the twink from the Fed." "Gum?" Anderton gives a look, and Witwer offers Anderton a stick of gum. "The Marks moved 2 weeks ago. No one knows where. Still searching for family and employer." A mechanical voice says, "Time horizon, 12 minutes. Anderton looks at his watch, counting down from 12 minutes. "I'm sorry, Danny, but I'll have to give you the full tour later on." Your secretaries were all kind enough to give me a look around the office. Anderton looks through the glass doors, where a half-dozen female pre-crime office workers ogle Witwer. Even one that's pregnant, a moving image of her baby on the front of her maternity t-shirt. They're all chewing gum. Witwer watches as Anderton moves his fingers across the display, flying through the pre-crime scene, moving forward and back in time. Architectural reference screens run side by side with the prevision screen. Original running bond brick patterns, streamlined early Georgian details. Fletcher begins pointing out the equipment to Witwer, who just listens quietly and asks no questions. What he's doing now, we call scrubbing the image, looking for clues as to where the murder is going to happen. The brick has been repointed, the glass is original with new glazing bars. I show composite moldings with dentals. And then, someone took care in the renovation. Let's find the architect. Victims are pronounced here, killers here. We never touch anything. I show a cop on horseback. Someone near the Capitol? No, Maglev system. The mall? Georgetown. Fletcher introduces Witwer to a female member of the team. This is Ivana, the team pilot. Nice to meet you. Gum? She gives him a once-over and takes a piece of gum. Oh, thank you. He pops a piece of his own and cuts a look back at her. She's cute. Witwer now notices the three faces on the screen and can't take his eyes off them. Witwer looks at the images on the screen. These three faces writhing in agony. Filtered, the precogs can see outward up to 4 days, with a sensory range of 200 miles. Witwer stares at them, blowing a bubble. So if you want to kill someone, you take them to Miami. Not after the vote next week. Once the amendment passes, we go national. There's going to be nowhere to run. Anderton cuts a look at him as Jad indicates a 3D map full of blue dots. 2 Howard marks, I-dented in the sprawl. Neither show married. Anderton looks at the reference screen as they scroll through architectural imagery. I show a match for Dwight Kingsley, 19th century architect. He did 24 houses in D.C. Time horizon, 10 minutes. Witwer reacts to the incessant ringing of the alarm bell. Can't they shut that off? That's the red ball alarm. Witwer looks at him. Crime of passion. No premeditation. They show up late. Most of our scrambles are flash events like this one. We rarely see anything with premeditation anymore. People have gotten the message. Gum? As Howard sits down with his son, who keeps cutting the piece of cardboard while reciting the address. The world will little note, nor long remember what we say here. Howard looks at Sarah. I was thinking maybe I'd play hooky, stay home today. Her back to him. Sarah pauses for just a second. What about your meeting? I'll reschedule. I've been working too much anyway. The boy holds up what we now see is a Lincoln mask to his face. That these honored dead we take increased devotion to that cause for which they gave us. They gave the last full measure of devotion. He looks back at his wife as he pokes at his breakfast. We could have lunch together. I'd love to, but I've got an open house today at the wrestler place. Ah, that must be why you look so nice. As Sarah turns and smiles at Howard. Rain check? Sure, rain check. That we were highly resolved that these dead shall not have died in vain. We hear a horn honk. Sarah looks at her son. Your ride's here. Get your stuff. The boy gets up, setting the scissors down on the table. 2 men act as dressers in the pre-crime analytical room, getting Anderton into gear while he works. They help him with his jacket, the word pre-crime emblazoned on the back. Director, line 3. Now we see an image of Lamar Burgess, director of pre-crime in one corner. Tell me not to worry, John. Don't worry, Lamar. The nation votes this week. Anderton notices something on the prevision screen and brushes off his dressers, which makes this the worst possible time to show that we're human. Anderton, working. Uh-huh. Has the observer from the Justice shown up yet? Hang on, Lamar. Anderton mutes the director and looks at an image of the muscular man in the suit. There's a child's face to the left of his own. Back in the Marks' kitchen, Howard takes his jacket and leaves. Sarah watches after him for a beat, a little out of sorts. Anderton indicates the screen to Jad. Witwer watches. Look at the kid. In this one, he's on the left of the man in the suit. Yeah, so? Now look at him. Anderton moves his hand so the image changes and the kid is now to the right of the man, but facing backwards. He now moves back and forth between the images. It's a park. He runs the image, and we see the kid back on the left, facing front, and then, on the other side, facing back. The handsome man in the suit watches the house. Behind him, we see a kid on a push merry-go-round. As he goes by, we see him facing one way and then the other. The man glances about, and then crosses the street. He climbs the steps to the front door. He doesn't even knock before Sarah opens it. Come on. The man follows her inside. A beat later, Howard steps into frame. He never really left for work. As Anderton runs with his team, 5 in all, Witwer trails behind them. There's only 16 of those old merry-go-rounds left in the city, 2 of which are in Georgetown, 1 in Burnaby Woods, the other Woodley. Anderton looks at the readout Fletcher hands him. Woodley's all Victorian. That's gotta be Burnaby Woods. I want 2 cameras, 1 spider, 1 floater. Witwer watches as Anderton pulls a .45 from his waistband, jacks the clip and checks it. As I recall, they outlawed compression firearms in the district 10 years ago. He replaces the clip. They did. Make yourself comfortable. We'll be back in an hour. You mind if I tag along? Some looks amid the team. They know Anderton doesn't want him here. I'd love to take you along, Inspector, but there's no room on the ship. Anderton and his team head for a hover ship. Anderton climbs in beside Ivana, the female pilot. Even with everyone on board, one seat is conspicuously vacant. Cassie, an African-American cop, sets some equipment on it and stares at Anderton. Time horizon 6 minutes. As the hover ship lifts off, Howard walks up to the steps to his house and takes out his keys. His hand shaking, he inserts the key into the lock. A long beat. He makes a decision and he finally turns it. We hear laughing from the second floor. Howard picks up the scissors from the table. As Anderton looks at his watch, counting down, 5:38, 5:37. As we hear footsteps and Howard steps behind a door, watches as the lover, wrapped only in a towel, comes whistling into the kitchen, grabs a couple of sodas from the refrigerator, and then heads back out. Overhead, the pre-crime hover ship roars past. In the distance, we see familiar Washington buildings, along with some new ones. Howard starts up the stairs. We hear the sound of water running. Howard gets to the door and slowly pushes it open with the point of the scissors. As we see Sarah's reflection in the bathroom mirror, she wraps her arms around her lover and kicks the door closed with her foot. We now see Howard Marks standing there, reflected in the full-length mirror on the other side. In the park across the street, the only sound is the squeaky merry-go-round as the kid goes round and round. All of a sudden, several precogs drop down onto descenders. The kid looks off at them, confused as to why it's now raining cops. He slowly looks up and sees the hovership floating above him. We hear giggling as Howard Marks sits down on the bed and starts to weep. He slides onto the floor. As Anderton studies his portable screen, the image of the kid with the house behind him, he looks up and realizes the park is surrounded on 4 sides by houses, and they all look alike. As Ivana watches the image, she watches Howard Marks kill his wife over and over. The rest of the team is anxious. Time horizon, 1 minute. Chief, we're catching up to the future. As Anderton calmly looks around the surrounding houses, all we hear is the squeak of the merry-go-round. Jad? As Jad answers the call, Witwer is right there watching. Go ahead. Did he close the front door? What? Did Marks close the front door? Jad looks over the prevision a moment. He sees the image of the front door, the stairs just behind it. Negative. The front door is open. The front door is open. As Anderton scans the houses, he sees one across the park with the door open. As the 2 lovers now stumble wet from the bathtub onto the bed, neither of them see Howard sitting there on the floor on the other side of the bed, his head in his hands. They start to make love. Howard doesn't move. As Anderton makes a headlong dash for the house, the other cops right behind him. As Ivana takes off. Time horizon, 30 seconds. Hold on! The craft pitches as she heads over the park now. As the motion of the 2 lovers now begins to rock Howard back and forth, he looks at the scissors in his lap, also rocking back and forth to the rhythm of the 2 in bed. As Anderton blows through the open front door, Howard now stands, looks down at the bed, his face turning from disgrace to rage as he raises the scissors over his head. As Anderton sprints up the stairs, the other cops behind him. His watch counts down the last few seconds. As Sarah opens her eyes and sees Howard standing there over the shoulder of her lover and gasps, Howard? I forgot my glasses. The lover rolls off of her and sits up. You know how blind I am without them. She sees the scissors in his hand and screams. He's bringing them down when suddenly the hand holding the scissors is grabbed by Anderton. What? Tight on their 2 hands. As Anderton's watch beeps, it counts down the last second, and now. The skylight overhead explodes. Wood and glass fly everywhere as the other precops descend from the hovership and drop straight into the room. A floating camera bot pushes past Anderton to the center of the room. The bot grids and vectors the place and locates everyone in the room. A screen within a screen zooms in with the scissors. It films Sarah's lover as he comes away from the bed. Mr. Marks, you're under arrest for... Howard makes a run for the door. Not grabs him, and the man puts up a fight. Anderton takes the handheld device from his belt, a spider, and scans Mark's retina. Positive for Howard Marks. Howard stands frozen, mouth agape, as he now fully sees the pre-crime ship hovering right out the window. By mandate of the District of Columbia Pre-Crime Division, I'm placing you under arrest for the future murder of Sarah Marks and Donald Dubin that was to take place today, April 22nd. 0800 hours, 4 minutes. What? I didn't do anything. Sarah! Anderton to Fletcher. Give the man his hat. And now the other team members grab hold of Howard and start to shave his head with an electric shear right there on the stairs, his hair falling in clumps to the floor below. Oh God, don't put the halo on me. And now Fletcher steps forward with what is essentially a metal halo. Fletcher places it on Howard's head while he screams, I wasn't gonna do it. I wasn't gonna hurt her. I just wanted to scare her." As the halo is fitted onto his head, Howard's body arches in a convulsive shock, his eyes rolling white into his head as he finally goes limp. As Witwer watches the prevision screen, "I thought they stopped the murder." Jad looks over as Witwer indicates an image of Howard Marks is stabbing his wife, now from a slightly different angle. "That's just an echo." He smiles. "Precog déjà vu." He looks at the screen. Some of the really bad ones, the precogs see over and over again. The stabbing happens again, and Jad moves his hand across the screen, and it goes blank. Witwer looks at the precog screen and watches as the female rolls over and sinks under the milk. Anderton goes to the bathroom and shuts off the water in the bathtub just as it's about to overflow. He stands and sees Sarah hugging herself in the middle of the room. She stares back at him, confused and overwhelmed, as we now dissolve to Anderton in the inner city in a hooded sweatshirt and sweatpants, jogging through the rain. The neighborhood around him is getting worse and worse as he goes. We can see Howard Marks' breath as he's laid out naked on a metal table. His head has been shaved. Pre-crime. It works. As Anderton runs through the city, we now hear other voices joining in and saying the same thing over and over, finally overlapping one another. Pre-crime. It works. It works. It works. And now, projected on the wall beside Anderton, we start to see a series of huge close-ups as he runs by an African-American woman. I used to worry about my children going to the playground. My partner was murdered. My sister was murdered. My brother was killed. I was attacked in the stairwell. My teacher was stabbed. My neighbor was shot. My child was murdered. And now we see a series of shocking murder scenes as the above testimonials continue in the background. A larger metal halo, spikes pointing inward, is fitted onto Howard Marks's head. He starts to scream. In a world where we look to science for answers, they were a gift. As Anderton runs along the wall, the projections continue. The images are of different people on the screen now. We begin pulling back. I was going to be killed in my apartment. He was going to rape me and then stab me. It was going to happen in a parking lot. We were having marital problems. I had no idea he would try, and now we see we're looking at some sort of screen on the side of the buildings. On it, we see a shot of the pre-crime building, a statue of the precogs out front. And now, pre-crime is coming to your state, allowing you to sleep as well as we do in the District of Columbia. Anderton runs past the huge projection. On April 30th, vote yes on the national pre-crime referendum and make murder a thing of the past. On the screen, we see a schoolyard full of kids. Pre-crime, it works. Above Anderton, in the middle of the projection, some mental case sticks his head out of a window and screams at the night. As Anderton slows down, turns up a dark alley. He pauses and looks around. Lycan? What's the matter? Can't sleep? Anderton turns and sees a dark figure in a black coat sitting in a doorway. Lycan. I just need a little clarity. True that. You want the customary or the new and improved? I'll try the new stuff. Anderton reaches into his socks and takes out some cash. Lycan takes out his own, much filthier socks, and reaches inside. He pulls out a handful of tiny black inhalers and holds a few of them out to Anderton, who hesitates and then takes them. Sweet dreams, Chief. Chief Anderton turns and looks at the dealer. Oh, don't worry none. Your secret's safe with me. After all, you'll be the big boss soon enough. Be nice to have a little juice on my side. What makes you say I'm going to be the boss? You're the perfect man for the job. It's like my daddy used to say, in the land of the blind. Lincoln leads forward, and the moonlight catches his face. We see that both of his eyes are gone from their sockets. The one-eyed man is king. Lincoln starts to laugh. Anderton watches him for a moment, then turns and jogs off into the wet night. It's dark in Anderton's apartment. Dark. Rain falls on the towers and pavilions of the inner city that fill the large windows. The front door opens, and Anderton comes inside. When he turns on a light, we see the place is a complete mess. Trash and black inhalers litter the floor. Clothing is strewn about. In the kitchen, the cupboard doors are all open. Even the refrigerator door is open. You might think the place has been burglarized, but it's just the way that he left it. Anderton walks past a bedroom. An airplane bed and toys on the floor tell us that this was once a kid's room. He continues on to his bedroom, where he peels off his sweatshirt and moves to the bed. He sticks the old .45 back under the pillow it came from. On the nightstand are piles of news clippings, all of them with headlines like "Boy Missing 11 Years Returns Home," or "Family Fights to Clone Dead Child," or "Girl Rescued from Kidnappers After 2-Year Ordeal." Anderton grabs a black inhaler from atop one of the clippings and shakes it. He sees that there's still something in it. He takes it and goes into the solarium. He moves to a computer and types in an entry. All at once, the room begins to fill with holographic images of his son, Sean. The images are ghost-like, not solid, created by a dozen laser projections placed around the room. The scenes themselves are stolen from birthday parties, outings, and vacations, from a life that's somehow no more. In one of them, his son, aged 2, plays with toys on the floor with Lara, Anderton's ex-wife. Anderton looks at Lara a moment, reaching out to her when we hear, "Daddy!" Anderton looks to the hologram where Sean, age 4, is throwing a frisbee on the beach. The hologram Sean looks up in Anderton's general direction. As he throws, "Catch!" The frisbee sails right through Anderton. He takes a deep hit off the inhaler and then looks around the room. As the image gradually begins to fill in and look real. "Hi, Daddy." Anderton moves to one of the images in the middle of the room and crouches down in front of it. "Hi, Sean. How was your day?" Then the image cuts to Sean, age 6, holding a soccer ball. "I scored a goal." "That's great." Now the image jumps, and we see Sean, age 4, at a younger age. "I raced Mommy." And we see Lara, smiling beside him on a beach. Anderton looks at Lara a moment, and then, "I won!" "What a big boy! How old are you?" The image jumps, and we see Sean, age 6. "I want pizza." Wrong answer. Anderton frowns and goes over to the computer. He starts searching through the images. He stops when he sees one of Sean at age 4 at a birthday party, holding up 4 fingers, and then he walks back to the image. "How old are you, Sean?" And now the hollow image jumps so that it's the same one as we just saw on the computer. Sean holds up 4 fingers. 4? Wow, what a big boy. "I love you, Sean." "I love you too." "I love you, Daddy." "Love you, Dad." At age 2, 4, and 6. Anderton sits down on the floor beside the image and takes another hit off the inhaler. He then lies back and watches his son, as we now fade out. On the eve of the national referendum that will make all of our citizens safe from violent crime. As Anderton opens an eye and looks off at a clock TV that shows the image of L. Vincent Nash, U.S. Attorney General, as he addresses a press conference at pre-crime. It's the responsibility of the Justice Department to fully review and inspect the pre-crime system. Anderton sits up and looks at the screen. To his horror, he sees Witwer sitting at a long table beside Nash with Lamar Burgess sitting on the other side. The chair next to Burgess empty. Shit. Anderton jumps to his feet and begins ripping off his sweats and getting dressed as fast as he can. He grabs his shirt off the answering machine. You have 12 messages. John, where the hell are you? Anderton sits on the bed and starts pulling on his boots. Speaking on behalf of pre-crime, I'd like to say that we welcome any review by Attorney General Nash and his team, although I must say I'm somewhat baffled by their timing. Anderton grabs his coat and pulls his .45 out from under the pillow. He tucks it away behind his back. In the 6 years we have been conducting our little experiment, there hasn't been a single murder in the district. Anderton opens the door and gets right into his vehicle. It's there in the wall. He sits down and closes the door. The vehicle drops from sight. We see the exterior of the pre-crime building as Anderton runs across the busy quad to the entrance of the building. So I'm sure I speak for Chief Anderton, who is on assignment, that we plan to do everything we can to help our good friends and colleagues at the Justice Department. He lowers his sunglasses and 2 ultraviolet lights strobe on the retinal scanner as Anderton is identiscanned and cleared to enter. As Anderton enters, he is immediately cut off by Burgess. Those bastards at the Justice want to take it all away from us. Anderton stops and faces Burgess, who looks at his watch and then stares back at Anderton. This is exactly the kind of behavior that will give them an excuse to do it. Lamar, I'm sorry, I don't know what... Don't apologize, John. His tone stops Anderton. You understand that a week from now, people are going to vote on whether or not what we've been doing down here has been some noble-minded enterprise or a chance to change the way this country fights crime. I understand, sir. Burgess stares at Anderton. I need you to do 2 things for me. 1, watch Danny Witwer. Yes, sir. You can let him look around and answer his questions, but watch him. If there's any problems, make sure we know about it first. I understand. What's the other thing? Tuck in your shirt. Burgess gives him a look and then turns and walks away. Anderton looks down and tucks in his shirt, then hurries off. As Jad, Fletcher, and Knott show Witwer one of the wooden eggs, all of them now chewing gum, friendly with Witwer. The information we need is embedded in the grain of wood, and since each piece is unique, the shape and grain is impossible to duplicate. Witwer returns the sphere. I'm sure you've all grasped the logistical drawback to pre-crime methodology. Here we go again. Look, I'm not with the ACLU on this, Jeff, but let's not kid ourselves. We are arresting individuals who have broken no law. But they will. The commission of the crime itself is absolute metaphysics. The precogs see the future, and they're never wrong. But it's not the future if you stop it. Isn't that a fundamental paradox? Yes, it is. They all turn and look at Anderton as he comes into the room and takes the sphere from Fletcher. You're talking about predetermination, which happens all the time. Suddenly, Anderton rolls the ball towards Witwer, who catches it, just as it's about to go off the table. Why did you catch it? Because it was going to fall. You're certain? Yes, but it didn't fall. You caught it. Witwer looks at the ball in his hand. The fact that you prevented it from happening doesn't change the fact that it was going to happen. You ever get any false positives? Someone intends to kill his boss or his wife, but they never go through with it? How do the precogs tell the difference? The precogs don't see what you intend to do, only what you will do. Then why can't they see rapes or assaults or suicides? Because of the nature of murder. Now he's quoting something. There's nothing more destructive to the metaphysical fabric that binds us than the untimely murder of one human being by another. Somehow I don't think that was Walt Whitman. Anderton looks at Witwer. The man knows more than he thought. It was Iris Heinemann. She developed the precogs, designed the system, and pioneered the interface. Speaking of interfacing, I'd love to say hello. To Heinemann? Witwer looks at the screen, showing the precogs. To them. Cops aren't allowed inside the temple. Really? You've never been inside? We keep a strict separation, so no one can accuse us of tampering. So I'll be the first one to go in then. Maybe you didn't hear me. If it's a question of authority, that's no question. You don't have any. I have a warrant in my pocket that says different. The other men don't move and don't blink. Show it to me. Witwer pulls out a piece of paper from his pocket, folded several times, and hands it to him. As Anderton unfolds it. Contrary to what you might think, this experiment is being conducted under the supervision and with the express permission of the Attorney General of the United States. I'm here as his representative, which means you're now operating under my supervision. Anderton looks up from the paper at his men and at Witwer. He's lost, and he knows it. Witwer takes the paper back. It looks like you've been left out of the loop, John. Inside the temple, Wally, the caretaker, an odd little guy who doesn't get a lot of sun, looks over as Witwer and Anderton walk through a laser decontamination booth. No. Witwer smiles and extends his hand. Wally backs away. I can't touch you. And John, you can't be in here. You'll confuse them. Wally, this is Danny Witwer. He's from Justice. We're going to give him a full run of the farm. Nice to meet you, Wally. Shh. They're sleeping. Tell me how all this works. As a ripple appears in the white liquid. Witwer's voice as we see images of the description. The photon milk acts as both a nutrient supply and a liquid conductor. It makes the images that each of them receive stronger. And now a man's face slowly breaks the surface, and then another man's face, followed by a female face. We pull back to reveal the 3 precogs. 3 nude bodies, 2 male, 1 female. As they writhe about in this liquid, we can see that their bodies are thin, nearly translucent. The precogs appear to be in suspended animation or in comas. They are absolutely still and limp, except for their faces, which are in constant motion, reacting to murders only they can see. We call the female Agatha. The twins are Arthur and Dashiell. Egg-like in shape, the precog tank is filled with milky-looking liquid, and the 3 precogs are suspended in it. We scan by way of optical tomography. White light pinpoints pulse along the entire length of the headgear. They are reread after absorption through their brain tissue. Witwer looks at them, has no idea what he just said. In other words, we see what they see. Wally lifts one of the male precogs into a harness and hoists him for exercise and cleaning. Wally starts to trim his nails, and the precog begins convulsing. They're not in any pain. We keep their heads pretty well stocked with dopamine and endorphins. Plus, we maintain serotonin levels. We don't want them to drift off to sleep, but they can't be kept too awake either. It helps if you don't think of them as human. Witwer stares at them. No, they're much more than that. Witwer nods and looks up at the screen above the tank. A series of screens tapped into each precog. We see all sorts of images, but none of them are clear right now. He's mesmerized by all of them. Science has stolen away most of our miracles. In a way, they give us hope. Hope of the existence of the divine. He sees Anderton and Wally looking at him. I find it interesting that some people have begun to deify the precogs. The precogs are pattern recognition filters, nothing more. But you call this room the temple. It's just a nickname. He nods, and then, the oracle isn't where the power is anyway. The power has always been with the priests. He looks at the precogs, even if they had to invent the oracles. Anderton looks to where Fletcher is. Jad and Knott stand near the entrance, nodding their heads. You guys are nodding your heads like you actually know what the hell he's talking about. Come on, Chief, you think about it. The way we work, changing destiny and all. We're more like clergy than cops. Uh-huh. Jad. Sir? Go back to work, all of you. The others give him a look and walk out. Anderton turns back to Witwer, who smiles at him. Sorry, old habit. I spent 3 years at Fuller Seminary before I became a cop. My father was a minister, Lutheran. What does he think of your chosen line of work? I don't know. He was shot and killed on the steps of his church when I was 14. He looks at Anderton. I know what it's like to lose someone close, John. Of course, it's nothing like the loss of a child. Agatha rolls over now, seeming to be looking at Anderton. I don't have any children of my own, so I can only imagine what that must have been like, to lose your son in a public place like that. Anderton says nothing. He hates this man all over again. At least now you, and I, have a chance to make sure that kind of thing doesn't happen to anyone ever again. A beat passes. Why don't you cut the cute act, Danny? Tell me exactly what it is you're looking for. Flaws. There hasn't been a murder in 6 years. There's nothing wrong with the system. It's perfect. I agree. The system is perfect. If there's a flaw, it's human. It always is. Thank you for the tour, Wally. Anderton watches him walk out and shakes his head, and then notices the female precog's arm is resting on the edge of the tank. He looks at her for a moment. She looks at him, but her eyes seem somewhere else. Anderton looks around for Wally, doesn't see him. He doesn't want to touch her. He finally reaches down and gently takes her arm, setting it back in the tank. As it submerges, she takes hold of Anderton's finger and hangs on. He stares back at her. She holds on tight. Wally? He tries to pull his hand away, but she holds on and grabs onto Anderton's shirt. She starts trying to pull herself out of the water. Wally! Can you see? Now she's clinging to Anderton, looking up. He looks at the screen above her and sees a flash of a woman's face, silent, eyes and mouth wide open, a shock of red hair all around her. Her face is a white mask of terror. She seems to be beckoning Anderton with her arm. He looks at Agatha, who continues to cling to him. Her own face holds the same expression as the woman on the street. She finally lets go of Anderton and falls back into the tank. John? Anderton, shaken, looks up as the image fades, replaced with the blurry flood of images we saw earlier. What the hell just happened? Her ACTH levels just shot through the roof. Anderton turns and looks at the precog writhing about. Her pituitary dumped a week's worth into her system. What did you do to her? Nothing. She grabbed me and then there was an image on the screen. She grabbed you? Impossible. The precogs aren't even aware of us. In the milk, all they see is the future. Anderton shoots a look down the hall as Witwer walks through the laser decontaminator, unaware of what has just happened. He turns to Wally and lowers his voice. She was looking right at me. It could have been a nightmare. Sometimes they dream about the old murders. Anderton looks back at Agatha, her eyes closed now, as she sinks down into the milk and disappears, her own arm in front of her, beckoning the same way as the woman. She spoke to me. To you? I don't think so. What did she say? She said... Anderson looks up at the screen. Can you see? The Department of Containment. Anderton takes off his sunglasses and looks at a screen. Anderton, John. He moves his eyes close to the screen and gets identiscanned at the door and goes inside. Silent. A huge open space, a human warehouse. Along the floor, ringing the entire perimeter, are markers with numbers in front of them. We now hear footsteps as Anderton enters the building. As he moves further into the space, our angle changes. We now see human bodies lying on their backs on the other side of the markers. Each prisoner has a halo-like apparatus, spikes going inwards, fitted onto his head. Anderton slows his pace, eyeing the row of inert bodies along the floor as he goes. Above each inert prisoner is a screen that continuously plays the precogs' prevision of the murder for which they've been convicted. Suddenly we hear a blast of organ music reverberating from somewhere off-screen, and he looks off towards a curtain at the back. Anderton parts it to reveal a living space, a bed, a stove, a fridge, and a huge pipe organ. A man in a wheelchair playing with his back to us. From the sound of it, he seems to be making it up as he goes. Anderton taps the guy on the shoulder. Hoo-hoo, boy! You scared me, Chief! He takes a breath and looks at Anderton standing there. The man's face is large, almost retarded in appearance. He wears a prison guard uniform. Are you the sentry? Yes, sir. I'm Gideon. He indicates the organ. The music relaxes the prisoners. Anderton looks around as Gideon quickly moves away from the organ. I don't ever see any pre-cops around here. I'm not in trouble, am I? No, you're not in trouble. I'm interested in a murder. Kill type? Drowning. Gideon turns to a computer screen on his wheelchair. Well, that narrows it down. Not many in here for that one. Gideon starts going through the files. We see different faces flash by. Anderton looks over his shoulder. Victims, a white female. Is this about the Justice Department? Off Anderton's look. They laid on a tour for tomorrow a.m. Told me to wear a tie. You like this one? The face of the drowning woman Agatha showed Anderton flashes on the screen. Stop! Roll back. There. Gideon looks at the screen. That's an old one. One of our first. This is the official composite of the 3 precogs? That's right. It's a combined data stream based on all 3 previsions. Show me just Agatha's data stream. For that, we have to go for a ride. Gideon rolls ahead of Anderton, checking his manifest on a small display. Anderton looks around. Are you the only sentry? I work graveyard, swing, and day, all by my lonesome. Gideon hits a button on his wheelchair and we hear a rumbling sound as the prisoners around the perimeter all begin to rise. Hey, bet you don't know where the term graveyard shift comes from. Only half listening, Anderton watches as now a second tier of markers appear right below the first tier. The video screens playing the murder previsions over and over. Long time ago, in old Merry England, they discovered that some coffins, after they reopened them, now why they did that I couldn't tell you, and now we see a third tier, also with the video screens showing their horrific images. Anyway, they discovered that some of the coffins had scratch marks on the inside, indicating that the person had not been dead when they buried them. And now Anderton watches as a fourth tier rises up. So they tied a string to the waist of each person that led to a bell above ground. Anderton has to tilt his neck to see the top of the tiers, and a fifth tier rises up from the ground. Someone was assigned to sit all night and listen for the bells, until the bodies and their markers are stacked nearly to the roof of the facility, and Gideon turns to Anderton and smiles. Hence the expression. Anderton softly staring at the prisoners. Graveyard shift. Not to mention saved by the bell. Gideon starts to roll off. Anderton stands there looking at all of them. I had forgotten there were so many. Gideon rolls onto a platform attached to a long arm and wheels around to face Anderton. And to think they'd all be out there killing people if it wasn't for you. Anderton moves onto the platform and they lift up and away. In Anderton's dark apartment, we hear someone make the lock, and then the door opens. Danny Witwer stands there looking in. He closes the door, turns on the light, and takes in the total disarray. He bends down and picks up the black inhaler. He puts it in his pocket and starts to look around. He moves through the dark apartment to the table where Anderton keeps his hollow computer equipment. He looks at it a moment, starts pressing buttons. Now we hear, "Hey, Daddy!" He pulls his weapon and wheels around, points it at the hollow image of Sean, age 4, on the beach, as he wings a frisbee. "Catch!" Witwer ducks as it sails by. He looks around and notices laser projectors all around the room. Now he sees the images of Sean everywhere. He slowly puts away his gun. My God. As Anderton rides the platform with Gideon looking at all of the prisoners, they get to spend 20 years asleep, somewhere between life and death, all the while getting their bodies pumped with nutrients they'd never get if they were out on the street. He stops the platform. Okie pokey, here we go. A video screen comes into view, and we see it's showing the drowning woman Anderton saw inside the temple. John Doe drug addict was going to put down a woman named Ann Lively at Roland Lake. They move forward, once more gliding up to a video screen as it comes into view. We see it's showing the drowning woman Anderton saw in the temple. That's her. Anderton looks at the screen. The prevision plays out. Daytime. A lake. A red-headed woman is shoved underwater by 2 black-gloved hands, her mouth open to scream. Anderton looks at the man lying there, tall, shaved head, nearly skeletal. So why is he still a John Doe? Why wasn't he ever ID'd from the eye scan? On account of those are not his eyes. He had them swapped out to fool the scanners. Anderton sees the dark red scar lines around his eyes. You get it done on the street for a few $100 these days. Anderton looks at the screen as the screaming woman appears again. He stares at her face. Okay, so you just want the female's prevision? Gideon hits a button on his remote, and the video screen divides into 3 sections. In the first section, we see various angles of the woman being drowned by John Doe, a similar series of shots on the second screen. But the third screen is blank. We don't seem to have her data. Try again. Gideon works the computer. No, we have 2 previsions from the twins right here, but... He indicates the blank screen. I can't pull up any data from the female. Probably just a glitch. Anderton stares thoughtfully at the first 2 images of Ann Lively being drowned. Hey, you want to know where the word came from? Glitch? Anderton looks at the face. Just tell me about the intended victim, this Anne Lively. Gideon works the computer. Looks like she was a heroin addict like John Doe here, but I show an address history that includes the Beaton Clinic. So she cleaned up. Where is she now? Gideon again works the computer and then sits back. Huh, how ironic. He spins the screen so that Anderton can see one word. Missing. You finally crawl your way out of one hole, only to fall into another. Anderton takes a small plastic card from his wallet and slides it into a slot on the computer. Instantly, the moving image of Anne Lively downloads onto the card. Careful, Chief. Anderton looks at him. You dig up the past. All you get is dirty. The face of the female precog emerges from the milk. Her blue eyes suddenly blink open. Something has begun. Burgess sits on a couch in his living room, a blanket covering his legs, nursing a cold. He looks at the moving image of Anne Lively on the small card. And you say the third prevision was a little fuzzy or something? I'm saying the third prevision wasn't there, and that's not all. I spent a few hours down there, and it turns out there's a dozen more cases with missing previsions. Burgess sneezes, takes out his handkerchief. You'd think we would have found a cure for the common cold by now. It's stress. His wife walks in, who hands him a steaming mug. He looks at it. What's this? Herbal tea with honey. Yeah, well, I hate herbal tea. Almost as much as I hate honey. Just drink it before I pour it in your lap. He reluctantly takes it. She smiles at Anderton on her way out. Danny Witwer is scheduled for a tour of containment tomorrow. So give him a tour. He doesn't know enough to ask the right questions. But he's looking for flaws in the system. He's not. He's looking for a flaw in us, John. Anderton notices the change in Burgess's tone. Burgess tosses the card onto the coffee table in front of him and considers Anderton a moment. Lara called me. What? She's worried about you. And quite frankly, so am I. I'm fine. I hear you've been spending a lot of time in the sprawl. I go running down there. In the middle of the night? Anderton doesn't have an answer for that one. What if Danny Witwer came to you right now and insisted on a full chem run? I'm fine, Lamar. Burgess gets up and sits down next to Anderton. He puts a hand on his shoulder. You understand, John. The minute they take pre-crime national, they're going to take it away from us. We won't let them. No? How's an old man and a cop on the whiff ever going to stop them? This stings Anderton. Burgess softens. My father said to me that you don't choose the things you believe in. They choose you. There's a reason you're here, John. Had pre-crime been in place just 6 months earlier, the loss you and Laura suffered would have been prevented. Anderton turns away. Remember the eyes, John. Burgess coughs and motions for a second while he gets his breath back. Remember the eyes of the nation are on us right now. We both know I'm not the generation anyone listens to. People trust you, John. When you speak of your absolute belief in pre-crime, they know it's a belief born of pain and not politics. I've always understood that. In some ways, I may have even encouraged it to help with the cause. But now, your pain is hurting both of us. Anderton nods and finally gets up. He puts his hand on Burgess's shoulder and looks the old man in the eye. They're not going to take it away from us, Lamar. I won't let them. On a talk show, a woman moderator sits in front of a backdrop that reads double exposure. Anderton, now in a suit and tie, sits with the moderator and a woman in a dark suit. A week from today, conventions will meet in every state to vote on the ratification of the Pre-Crime Amendment. With us to discuss this historic decision are Chief John Anderton of Pre-Crime in Washington and Miss Delina Burgess, Director of American Freedom Foundation. Both of you, thanks for being here. Geraldine, thanks for having me. Miss Burgess, let me start with you. Last year, more people in this country lost their lives to murder than to natural causes. Doesn't such unparalleled violence require that we protect our citizens, whatever it takes? No, Geraldine, not at the price of giving up our most fundamental rights. For almost 3 centuries now, every accused citizen has had the right to be presumed innocent until found guilty. But here, we have the beginnings of a system that punishes people for crimes that haven't even been committed. I feel stuck in a nightmare. Now we see Burgess standing in the wings, watching as Anderton smiles and revs up the charm. You forget, Danola, that the Supreme Court has ruled that the precogs' predictions are foregone metaphysical conclusions. Meaning, what the precogs say is going to happen, it happens. Unless we stop it. You know, the Etruscans used to read sheep livers to predict the future. Maybe we should try that one next. That's funny, but the truth is our Constitution has always recognized that in time of great danger, we may have to take action that offends certain principles in order to preserve the nation itself. Burgess looks at Anderton and nods. That's my boy. Anderton nods back and turns back to the table as Anderton, barefoot in his solarium and shirtless, still in his suit pants, eats a bowl of cereal, while the talk show he taped earlier in the day plays out on the television. In the middle of the Civil War, for example, Abraham Lincoln suspended the writ of habeas corpus, observing that a limb may be sacrificed to save a life, but a life is never wisely given to save a limb. Anderton doesn't watch it. Instead, he stares stupidly at the image of Snap, Crackle, Pop dancing around on the cereal box that sits on the coffee table in front of him. Let me ask you something, Chief. You're a former police officer. When was the last time you Mirandized someone? The on-TV Anderton just smiles at her. You have the right to remain silent. You have the right to an attorney. He turns, looks up at the set, and now we go close on Burgess. When's the last time you actually said those words? Anderton mutes the set, stares back at her when we hear, "What are you looking at?" Anderton's voice. He turns and sees a holographic image of Lara, his ex-wife, standing at the window looking out at the rain. Just the rain. She turns and looks off to a spot in the room where Anderton would have been standing all those years ago with the camera. Why don't you put that camera down and watch it with me? Now Anderton puts down the bowl of cereal, gets up and walks over to her, but the image blinks out and then starts all over again. Anderton turns and walks across the room. We now see a dozen holographic images from his old life playing around the room. He sits in an armchair and watches them play out. He holds a black inhaler to his lips, sucks in the drug, then looks about at the images as, gradually, the holographs begin to fill in and become real. To him, anyway. Sean, age 6, walks up beside him, dressed in a yellow rain slicker. Anderton looks over at him, standing there silent. He says something, but there's no audio, or at least we don't hear it. The image jumps and then repeats, the boy walking up in the slicker, his mouth moving silent, and then again. Anderton reaches out for his son, but the boy disappears. In his place, floating green letters read, "End of file." Anderton sits up and rubs his face. He starts to get up and then pauses. He looks down at the floor beside the chair. A puddle of water has formed. He stares at it a moment, A drop of water falls from above, and Anderton slowly looks up. The glass ceiling of the solarium, a long crack in the glass. Rain pelts it, drips down, and forms a puddle on the floor. He looks around the room and sees half a dozen end files all over. As Anderton comes into the headquarters, he takes his coat off. Something drops on the floor. He bends down and picks up the data card with the image of Anne Lively drowning. He looks at it when we hear laughter. He looks down through the glass and sees a group of secretaries having a baby shower for a pregnant woman. He notices Fletcher. Some of his guys are down there. Then he sees Witwer, his hand on the pregnant secretary's belly, cracking a joke that they all laugh at. Suddenly he's the most popular guy on campus. The guys see Anderton, who motions them to stay. It's okay. Witwer looks up at him curiously. Anderton pockets the data card and then turns away and goes into the analytical room. As Anderton comes in, Jad sits at the big screen looking at something. Jad, how come you're not in there with Father Witwer? We're in motion on something. Anderton comes over now. From what I can see, we've got a white male, about 5'8", approximately 140, takes a round in the 10 ring, and goes out a window. Anderton starts to put on his eyepiece and finger gloves. Red ball? Nope. Somebody's thinking about this one. Amazing there's someone within 200 miles actually dumb enough to still do that. Jad watches as Anderton sticks a disc into a slot and we hear classical music over. I love this part. Anderton starts conducting the prevision, organizing the images, moving some up and others back. Wait! Don't! Anderton looks at the precog screen and sees the three of them writhing about. Here we go. Now we see the screen, various images, all of them grainy, visual non sequiturs, like a face wearing sunglasses, the number 9 turning into the number 6, the inside of a small apartment, a figure backlit by a window, a cracked mirror, a small man, a pair of dark eyes. Shunt all cycles to a full V's correlation at the mark by the windows. Now the image starts to resolve, showing two men, one with a gun, his image still blurred, the other clearer. The ball comes down the chute. Jad moves on to read the name. The victim's name is Leo Crow. Anderton into the computer. Start a location run and a contact search for future victim Leo Crow. And Jad, I'll need a last known sheet when you get it. I've got no address, last known or otherwise. No tax returns for the last 5 years. Check NCIC, maybe he's got a record. Then send a protection team as soon as we lock the location. Anderton turns to another part of the screen. Case 1109, pre-visualized by the precogs and recorded on holosphere by pre-crimes Q-stacks. My fellow witnesses for Case 1109 are Dr. Catherine James and Chief Justice Frank Pollard. And now the split image emerges of James and Pollard in their respected offices. Are the witnesses ready to preview and validate 1109? Pollard with a mouthful of dinner. Ready when you are, John. Standing by. On the screen in front of Jad, we see mugshots rolling by, driver's license photos, a mass of photo ID data. Anderton zooms to a clock in the room, 3:06 p.m., Friday. I show time of occurrence Friday at 15:06 hours. That was easy. Anderton sets his timer for 28 hours and 31 minutes. Confirm with trig and image. Any ID on the shooter yet? Still scrubbing. Looks like there's a third party. Somebody wearing shades just out of the window. Anderton zooms in on the face with the sunglasses and then pans over and tries to get a clearer picture of the gunman, his image starting to come into focus as he turns. It's slow and jerky, so they don't immediately recognize the face as... Jesus. It's Anderton's own face. Now Anderton watches horrified as on screen he shoots the man we know as Leo Crow. Okay, very funny. Anderton looks at Jad, absorbed in his photo ID array. Jad notices him looking over. You say something, Chief? The ball is on the chute, with the killer's name on it, John Anderton. Anderton stares at the ball. We hear laughter off screen. He looks through at the baby shower and Witwer looking his way. Panic arising in his voice. Yeah, you mind getting me a piece of that cake they're eating down there? I'm starving. Sure, Chief. I think I'll grab one for myself while I'm at it. Take your time. Jad goes, passing behind Anderton, who quickly changes his screen so Jad won't see his face as the killer. Alone in the room now, Anderton begins zooming in on the odd details of the vision once more. The face with the sunglasses just outside the window. The number 6 turning into a number 9. The cracked mirror. Anderton shooting the man. He zooms back in on his face. There's an air of desperation on the Anderton he sees on the screen. It's like looking at a stranger. Down in the temple, peeling off his long scrubbing gloves, Wally sits down at his work table in the tank. Meanwhile, you're not going to kill me. Goodbye, Crow. Anderton! And now, on the monitors, Wally sees Chief John Anderton blow a man out a window with his .45. Wally almost laughs with disbelief. It can't be, but... Wally clicking his headset. Jad, are you getting this? Anderton looks over to the window, hearing Wally's voice. Jad? As the justice sits frozen at his desk staring at the monitor, a buttered roll poised near his mouth, Catherine James hurries in now, and he turns to her. You saw that. You saw that, didn't you? I saw it. Pollard reaches for his phone. As Anderton sees Wally on the screen now looking anxious. Chief? Anderton is too stunned to answer. I like you, Chief. Anderton looks at Wally's face on the screen now. You've always been nice to me. I'll give you 2 minutes before I hit the siren. Anderton looks at the caretaker a second, and then slowly gets up and walks out the door. As a dazed Anderton moves away from the baby shower, he doesn't dare look at Witwer, the laughter receding behind him. As Jad comes in with a piece of cake on a paper plate. Here you go, Chief. He stops dead when he sees the image playing over and over on the screen. Good Christ! Fletcher tries to wave him over, but Anderton just keeps on walking. The whole thing is like a surreal nightmare. Say cheese! He bumps into a floating video bot and bats it out of the way with the back of his hand. Everyone looking at him now as he gets on the elevator. He hits the button. Hold that, please. Anderton bangs the close button and the doors start to shut. He keeps banging it as the doors get there when a foot blocks them, revealing Danny Witwer. Thanks. The doors close once more and they start down, Witwer smiling at Anderton. You're in a lot of trouble, John. Anderton steps back, keeping his hand near his .45. You set me up. I'll write the paranoia off to the whiff you've been doping on all night. Witwer reaches into his coat and Anderton grabs him and shoves him against the wall. Anderton's pistol is already out, jammed up under Witwer's chin. Witwer keeps his eye on Anderton as he slowly pulls out a black inhaler. It seems I've found a flaw, John. You gonna tell on me? Possession alone will cost you 6 months, not to mention your badge. Anderton doesn't say anything. I guess we won't be working together after all. Witwer shakes his head. Ding! The elevator arrives and the doors open. Now put the gun down, John. I don't hear a red ball. The pre-crime siren goes off. Witwer looks at Anderton. All of a sudden, no longer sure of himself. Anderton smiles, and then shoves him back into the elevator and jumps off as the doors close on a stunned Witwer. Racing past other cars, Anderton merges into traffic. He's driving his personal car, not a police issue. Burgess appears on a windshield screen. "Just so you know, I've overridden the vehicle locator. I just wanted to talk to you before Justice..." "Justice already knows. Talk to me, John. Tell me what's happening." "This is all Witwer. He's setting me up." "Stop. Just wait. Who's the victim?" "Somebody named Leo Crow." "And who the hell is that?" "I have no idea. I've never heard of him, but I'm supposed to kill him in less than 36 hours. "All right, John, just take a breath. Let's think about this." "I'm out of breath. I'm a fucking fugitive." "Then come to my house. We'll talk." "I can't. They're following me right now. They'll meet me there. They'll halo me." How could Witwer access the case file? Can you fake the cerebral output? We're years from that. John, I'm asking you, please, come in. We'll shut down the system until we get this thing figured out. You know I can't do that. You can't do that. Lamar, I need you to talk to Wally. See if Witwer's gone inside the temple. Ask Jad for any off-hour idents into the analytical room. John, just tell me, who's Leo Crow? Suddenly, Anderton's doors lock tight. Security lockdown enabled. Jesus, you don't believe me. Anderton looks up at his windshield display, which now shows that his vehicle has been rerouted. Revised destination, office. Anderton tries to find a way out of the car. John, please, listen to me. I'm not getting haloed. You can't run. Everybody runs. Leaning back, he kicks through the windshield, breaking his way out. As it goes down, the huge maglev falls, straight down the face of a 200-foot building. Anderton climbs onto the nose of his car, the only hope to jump onto one of the balconies that protrude out. As the car flies down, he tries to time his jump between umbrellas and flower pots that whiz by. He finally makes the suicide leap and gets to a balcony, but crashes through a table. He picks himself up and goes through the door into an exercise studio. We hear rock and roll as Anderton now moves through a contortionist exercise class. People bent and bowed into impossible positions. Anderton looks back at the Fellini-esque fever dream and then runs out the door. Frustrated, Burgess turns away, emotional now, and we see Fletcher and Witwer were watching the conversation. Don't worry, I'll bring him in unharmed. Actually, Gordon, you're not going to do that. I'm taking control of the team. What? He motions to Fletcher, it's okay. Witwer, Fletcher is second in command. It's his show to run. You want, you can observe. Do it, Fletcher. Find him. Fletcher cuts a look at Witwer and heads out. Witwer remains eerily calm and sticks a piece of gum in his mouth. He came to see you yesterday, right before he got tagged. What did you talk about? The Mets. John doesn't think they've got a deep enough pitching roster this year, and I'm inclined to agree. Why are you protecting him? You knew he was doping, yet you did nothing about it. The man lost a child, for Christ's sake. 6 years ago. What did you two talk about yesterday afternoon? None of your damn business. Oh, it's all my damn business now, Lamar. Investigation of a supervising office for a capital crime falls under federal jurisdiction. So to rule out any possibility of conspiracy, he's my suspect. He's my subordinate. Burgess looks at him. He hates him. But he knows he can't win. Shall we call the Attorney General? I'm sure he'd be happy to clarify the issue for you. I don't want John Anderton hurt. As Anderton seems to float through the city, Billboards and other advertisements scan his eyes and actually call to him by name. Stressed out, John Anderton? Need a vacation? Come to Aruba. For sportswear. Challenge yourself, John. Push harder, John. Lexus. It's not just a car, Mr. Anderton. It's an environment designed to soothe and caress the tired soul. Witwer's voice in the briefing room. Witwer addresses the pre-crime crew. Behind him is a frozen video image of Anderton shooting Leo Crow. Ivana stares up in disbelief. You've all worked with him. You may consider him a friend. He walks up the line now, looking into the eyes of each and every one of them. But we know that John Anderton is going to kill Leo Crow this Friday at 3:06 p.m. unless we stop him. He looks into Fletcher's eyes and moves on. Don't think for a minute that if the situation was reversed, he wouldn't go after you. He would be a cop doing his job, as I'm doing mine. He stops at Ivana and looks her in the eye. So if you're not ready and willing to put the halo on him, leave now. A few looks around the room, but nobody gets up. Not even Fletcher. Witwer stares another moment at Ivana, smiles, and offers her a piece of gum. No, thank you. He sticks it in his own mouth and then turns to the officer beside her. You can go. Go, you're dismissed. Excuse me? You too. And you. Everybody watches as the men Witwer dismissed walk out. Sir, the team's going to be light without those men. Yes, I know. Now the pressure door opens, and 4 large men in dark suits enter the room. Knott smiles at the sight of them. These, gentlemen, are federal agents. Juckett, Payman, Price, and Foley. Like you, I feel more comfortable with people I trust. As Anderton watches people all over the mall getting the eye scan, he spots a uniformed cop heading his way. The cop hasn't spotted Anderton yet, who transfers to the fast lane in the moving walkway and gets off at the new metro station. Reaching the bottom of the escalators, Anderton spots 2 metro cops talking to a homeless man. He veers around them, making it across the platform to the train, which is just arriving. He pushes his way on with the other passengers. As the doors close, an ident scanner sweeps through the cabin. That's how the system bills citizens for using the train. Anderton tries to look away, but it's impossible to avoid. Witwer watches as Jad works the display in the analytical room, watching the movement of blue dots that represent eye-scanned citizens. A beep, and Jad sits up. I got him on the metro. The train makes 2 stops, at 20th and then 33rd. Split the units, go to both. We'll never make 20th. Witwer looks at Fletcher, gives him an odd smile. Have faith. Fletcher and the other precogs strap into hoversuits. Anderton rides the train, avoiding the eyes of other passengers. A nearby passenger is flipping pages in a digital post when the headline changes to Pre-crime hunts its own. As Anderton gets off the train, he stops cold when he sees 9 pre-crime cops in hoversuits standing, waiting for him. Fletcher steps forward. We know there's been a mistake, Chief. Come on back with us so we can talk. Get this thing straightened out. Anderton takes off running. He barges through a newsstand, knocking it over, momentarily slowing the cops behind him. As Anderton explodes onto street level and takes off running, he runs close to a wall. Advertisements flash to him. He dodges people left and right, but doesn't slow down. Anderton runs faster and faster. It's starting to sink in that his life has changed forever. He is now and forever a hunted man. Anderton turns down an alley. One of the hover cops is now behind him and gets ahead of him, swings around and cuts him off. Anderton stops and sees the others landing at the other end of the alley. We hear a dog barking off screen. Don't run, Chief. You know we'll catch you. You trained us. Everybody runs. You don't have to do this, Chief. You don't have to chase me, Fletcher. He stares at Fletcher. The dog goes quiet. Chief, please. Anderton sees Knott reaching behind his back, coming out with the halo. The cop behind Anderton takes out his sick stick. All of them begin moving and forcing Anderton back against the wall. A window behind him. Easy does it, Chief. Anderton keeps one eye on the sick stick, the other on the halo, when suddenly a huge dog hits the glass. Anderton grabs the sick stick and shoves it at Knott, then ducks as Knott pukes on the other cop. Anderton starts up the fire escape. The hover cops blast up after him, one of them hitting the floor grating on the landing as Anderton climbs through. On the landing, a hover cop floats up just off and draws his sick stick. Anderton reaches out and hits the hover pack's quick release, and the pack rockets up and away as the cop falls. Several other hover cops fly up the building. One of them jumps Anderton on the fire escape. Anderton slams him into the window. The cop kicks back, and Anderton swings out and hanging onto the ladder, dangling, he looks down. The other cops are jetting up towards him. Anderton lets go and falls, going down toward the other cops coming up. One of them looks up. It's Knott. He gasps as Anderton falls onto him and hangs on. The other cops blurring past as they fly up. They turn and look at Anderton and Knott, now plummeting, the ground coming up fast. Anderton grabs the throttle and hits the gas. The hoverpack slows down. Anderton and Knott hovering just above the ground. The other cops once more descend. Knott tries to fight back, but Anderton hits the throttle and smacks Knott back first into the wall, then up along the side of the building, taking out planter boxes as they go, hitting a window awning which catches fire from thrusters. The rest of the cops fly up as Anderton now knocks away the burning awning, sees the ascending cops, and sweeps Knott and the hoverpack down and hits the thrusters, blasting the cops. Anderton, still hanging on to Knott, drops and hovers, and then races along the building, scraping Knott against the brick. They head for the wall of another building when Anderton veers them off. Anderton and Knott head up a construction tube. It catches fire behind them. They race up, the fire racing right behind them. At the end of the tube, we see hover cops waiting, but they thrust through, heading right into a hanging scaffolding, scattering debris down onto the cops. Anderton and Knott race around the corner. As a family sits down to dinner, calm, Anderton and Knott burst through the window and zoom around the room before crashing up into the ceiling, the hoverpack thrusters torching the dinner on the stove directly below. The other cops now fly in through the window as Anderton and Knott fly up into the next floor through the hole. The other cops follow, the thrusters catching everything in their wake on fire, the family ducking as the hover cops fly past overhead. As Anderton and Knott burst out of one apartment, they cross the alley and burst into another. A kid looks up from his homework as the hoverpack fizzes out. Knott and Anderton go at it on the floor, Anderton taking Knott out with the kid's hockey stick. The other cops come flying in, and Anderton takes off running. The cops in their hoverpacks get stuck in the door. A dazed Knott is the last one to get up, while behind him, we see the kid shove Knott's abandoned hoverpack under his bed. As Anderton crashes into an adjoining apartment an instant before the cop begins deploying in the hallway, tenants are roused as Anderton changes rooms across the hall, always one beat ahead of the cops. A cop goes into a room a beat after Anderton. We hear the sounds of a struggle, and then a moment later, Anderton emerges wearing the cop's hoverpack and rockets down the hall. He crashes out of the window and catches the carpet on fire. Sprinklers erupt in sequence as the cops all fly out the window. We pull back to reveal a dumpster lid in the immediate foreground. Anderton lies there, watching as the cops fly off and away. Anderton climbs the fence of a Lexus factory. He sets off an alarm. He moves to the new vehicles and tries to open the doors, but they're all locked. He looks and sees the blinking lights of the hover cops and runs for the cover of the factory itself. We hear a low hum as 4 precogs enter in hover suits. They stop in midair and drop their packs in unison. Anderton hides in a computer room as precogs move towards him. One of them breaks through the door. The other cops move into the room behind him. Anderton is gone. They look off at the factory doorway. Anderton runs through it, heading inside the main building. As Anderton stops a moment and takes in the entire factory, we see that it is completely automated. As Witwer and his 4 goons now head inside, they approach the precogs. Now they all walk inside together. We see a wide shot of the stereolithographer in the foreground, Witwer and the others entering in the background as Anderton watches the group from across the factory and then moves off. Witwer looks at the camera all around the factory and then turns to his wrist communicator. "Jad, patch me into security." Witwer looks at his watch and sees the different views of the factory. He sees Anderton running. Witwer deploys the other men with hand signs. Witwer then looks at the watch and moves off. He takes a position behind a machine. Anderton moves along the assembly line. The car door to a vehicle is being tested. Open, shut, open, shut. He's suddenly jumped by Price. Anderton takes a swing, but Foley comes up behind him and holds onto him, while Price now clumsily fumbles with the halo. He moves toward Anderton. Anderton struggles as the guy tries to put the halo on, but he kicks Foley and knocks him back into one of the cars, as now a robot arm swings in and welds the man into the doorframe. The arm opens and closes the door in the background as Anderton and Price fight it out in the foreground. Anderton gets free, climbs up a crane, hanging onto it. As Price hangs onto him, they rise up towards a conveyor belt full of engine blocks. Anderton swings Price against the blocks. The lithography pool approaching now. Anderton shakes loose the agent, who drops, landing on a chassis in the middle of a pool, sinks into the lithographer's surface, and submerges. Anderton hanging from the crane as the laser fires into the pool. A moment later, the chassis reemerges. We see a hand, and then pull back to reveal Agent Price is frozen onto the chassis like a giant hood ornament as it's lifted from the pool by a huge robotic arm and carried away. Anderton jumps from the crane to a smaller one and then lands on the conveyor belt and starts running. Now we go overhead as Anderton runs below. Jucket on the floor below, unable to reach him as he runs by. We now reveal Payman on a beam above Anderton. He dives and lands on him. The 2 men begin fighting on a conveyor belt leading to a vertical stereolithographer. Payman kicks Anderton, who falls back on the belt, the lithographer machine in the background. Anderton tries to catch up, but Payman hits him again. We see the lithographer fabricating a car part right behind them. Payman pulls a weapon and lunges at Anderton, who judo throws the man over him and into the lithographer. The curtain lasers activate and sculpt him as he freezes in place. Anderton grabs one of the passing cranes and jumps on. He rides the crane across frame, and we reveal Witwer watching him. Anderton gets off the crane and lands right in front of Witwer, who steps out and hits him in the face. The assembly line moves past as the 2 men fight their way towards it. A car moves past as Witwer and Anderton tumble into the empty engine compartment. Now the robotic arms go to work on the car all around them. A crane lowers an engine block above them. Anderton sees it and rolls them both out of the way as the engine smashes down into place. The two of them roll over the dash as another piece drops into frame and smashes into place. As the two fight, a machine blasts in from the side, stamps the dashboard into place. Witwer looks forward and sees the tangle of robotic arms now enveloping the car in front of them. Witwer grabs onto a retracting robot arm and is lifted up and away from the car, as now the robot arms begin assembling the car all around Anderton. He rolls toward the rear as one machine after another stamps pieces into the car. A laser grid appears over his face as a laser welder pops up. It begins firing welding hits towards him. He jumps to the other side of the car and tries to get out when the door panel is slammed into place. Now the welder comes around and grids him in again. Anderton dives for the floor, just missing getting decapitated by the steering wheel as it is slammed into place. But now, metal parts bolt up through the floors, narrowly missing his head. Anderton looks up and sees the seats sliding into position over him. He grabs the steering wheel and rolls out of the way as the seat comes crashing down. As Witwer walks up the railing, the other man now flanking him, they watch as robot arms descend and envelop the car. The car moves forward and the robot arms retract. The roof installing mechanism slides into place. The windshield comes down and slams into place as welders drop down and secure it. Witwer watches the car, starts walking for the end of the line. He watches as the car enters the painting tunnel. Witwer and his men walk through the adjacent hallway, watching through the windows as the car rolls out. The finished car emerges through smoke and lasers from the painting tunnel. Witwer and his men approach the driver's side window. The car is empty, until Anderton pops into frame and starts the car. He turns and looks at Witwer, his angry reflection in the glass as Anderton now drives the car out. We dissolve to the red Lexus in the Maryland countryside. Anderton drives away from the city on the open road, passing a solar/wind farm. Giant windmills and solar panels dot the landscape as far as the eye can see. The surroundings become more and more rural. Anderton's vehicle kicks up a rooster tail of dust along the dirt side road as he passes a row of old mailboxes. Overgrown with vines and shrubbery in every possible variety, Anderton gets out of his vehicle and moves to a wooden gate of a walled estate. A rusted no trespassing sign is nailed to it. He rings the bell. No answer. He peers through a crack in the gate. Then the camera cranes up as Anderton moves to the wall and starts climbing the vines. He gets to the top of the wall and looks out at the gardens, wild and out of control. A small, ivy-covered stone house is nestled into a corner of the property. Smoke rises from the chimney. Anderton starts down the other side of the wall. He jumps to the ground. His shirt is ripped. His arms are scratched from what he realizes are thorns embedded in the vines. We hear rustling as, behind Anderton, several of the plants unfurl to their full dimensions of 8 feet and wrap their vines around Anderton's neck and torso. He breaks free. We hear classical music. He moves towards it through the garden. He stops, dizzy, and touches his forehead. He looks off at the greenhouse, where we see a woman, 50, dressed in a wide-brimmed hat and gardening attire, attending to the plants, gently spraying and then wiping each leaf with a small square cloth. Anderton staggers into the greenhouse. Something is now quite wrong with him. Dr. Heinemann! Quick as a flash, she holds up her cane, and a 6-inch blade extends from the tip right to Anderton's throat. She looks down the length of it at Anderton, his ripped clothing, bruised face, and scratched arms. "You're trespassing." He starts to sway and touches his forehead. "Something wrong?" "I'm a little dizzy." She casually leans on the cane, shoving the blade back up inside. "Yes, I'm afraid that would be from the doll's eye." "The what?" "The vine. The baneberry that scratched you during your illegal climb over my wall." She leads Anderton over to a wooden table just inside the greenhouse, where she's got afternoon tea set up. "It's not a true doll's eye, of course, but a little hybrid of my own design." Anderton staggers and grabs hold of the table for support. "It's quite something. Once the poison gets into your bloodstream, you'll start to see what I only describe as the most extraordinary display of blue objects." Anderton struggles. She watches him a moment. "This just isn't your week, is it, Chief?" He pulls out his gun. She shakes her head. Now. She easily takes it away from him and jacks the clip into the table, then calmly pours a cup of tea. "You have 3 minutes to tell me what you're doing here before I feed you to a few more of my predaceous plants." "I'm not a killer." She studies him for a moment and then tears a leaf from a plant. She calmly begins crumpling it into the tea. "You'd better drink this. Soon you won't be able to swallow. Then you'll be totally buggered." He looks at the cup and hesitates and tries to pick it up. "Drink all of this." She pours the rest into his mouth. He sits back and waits for the antidote to take effect. "Take a moment to right yourself." She picks up some pruning shears and goes to work on an orchid. "Just what is it you think I can do for you?" "You can tell me how someone could fake a prevision." "And how would I know that?" He looks at her. "You invented pre-crime." She chuckles bitterly at that one. "What's so funny?" "If the unintended consequences of a series of genetic mistakes and science gone haywire can be called invention, then yes, I invented pre-crime." "You don't seem all that proud." "I'm not. I was trying to heal them, not turn them into something else." "Heal who?" "The innocents we now use to stop the guilty." "You're talking about the precogs." "You think the 3 in the tank came from a test tube? They're merely the ones who survived." She sits down and pours herself some tea. "I was doing genetic research at the Woodhaven Clinic on Rhode Island, on Renning's syndrome, a neurological condition that affects the cerebral cortex of children. Most of these kids were abandoned or forgotten. Very few of the kids lived past the age of 12. She looks away, remembering it all now. "It began as play, a guessing game like you would play with any toddler, except these children always guessed right. And then the nightmares started. They were all different, but all the same. They were all about murder, and the murders were all happening." "How did Lamar become involved?" "Back then he was still a DA. Quite a few parents of my patients had passed through his courtroom. You have to understand, these people were the dregs of society, but once they saw their children, he decided he would do whatever he could for them. He's that way, you know, paternal about certain things. Pre-crime, the precogs, you." Keeping her on track. "You say some of the children died?" "So many of them, despite what we did for them, or maybe because of what we did to them." And then bitterly, "It doesn't matter. It's a perfect system now, isn't it?" "I'm not a murderer. I've never even met the man I'm supposed to kill. And yet, a chain of events has started, a chain that will lead inexorably to his death." "Not if I stay away from him." "How can you avoid a man you've never met?" "So you won't help me?" "I can't help you. No one can. The precogs are never wrong." He turns away, looking lost. She picks up her teacup and looks at him over the top of it. But occasionally, they do disagree. He turns back to her. She casually sips her tea. What? Most of the time, all three precognitives will see an event in the same way. But once in a while, one of them will see things differently than the other two. Jesus Christ, why didn't I know about this? Because these minority reports are destroyed the instant they occur. Why? Obviously, for pre-crime to function, there can't be any suggestion of fallibility. After all, what good is a justice system that instills doubt? It may be reasonable, but it's still doubt. Anderton tries to take all of this in and looks at her. You're saying that I've haloed innocent people? I'm saying that every so often, those accused of a pre-crime may, just may, have an alternate future. Does Burgess know about this? About the Minority Report? I used to joke with Lamar that we were the mother and father of pre-crime. Well, in my experience, parents often see their children as they want them to be, not as they are. Answer my question. Did Lamar Burgess know about the Minority Report? Yes, of course he knew. But at the time he felt, well, we both felt that their existence was an insignificant variable. Insignificant to you, maybe. What about these people I put away with alternate futures? My God, if the country knew there was a chance they might be, the system would collapse. I believe in that system. Do you? Really? He looks at her. You want to bring it down. But you will bring it down if you kill Leo Crow. She relishes the thought. Why, that will be the most spectacular public display of pre-crime not working. I'm not going to kill anybody. Hold that thought. Why should I trust you? You shouldn't. You shouldn't trust anyone. Certainly not the Attorney General who wants it all for himself. Not the young federal agent who wants your job. Not even the old man who just wants to hang on to what he's created. Don't trust anyone. Just find the Minority Report. You said they're destroyed. I said the record is destroyed. The original report exists for all time. I designed the system so that whenever a report occurred, it would be stored in a safe place. What safe place is that? The safest place of all. Anderton grabs her hand as she reaches once more for her teacup, spilling it. Where? Inside the precog. Who predicted it? All you have to do is download it. That's all, huh? Just walk right into pre-crime, go into the temple, somehow tap into the precogs, and then download this Minority Report? If you have one. And then walk out. Actually, I think you'll have to run out, but yes, that's what you'll have to do. You're insane. Or you think I am. She shrugs. I'm going to get eye scanned 12 times before I get within 10 miles of pre-crime. They'll pick me up. Sometimes, in order to see the light, you have to risk the dark. He looks back at her. As a policeman, a former policeman, I'm sure you know all sorts of people who could help you out in this regard. Anderton sits there, thinking about what she is suggesting. She gets up and moves to one of her plants and starts feeding it with a sprayer. She reaches out and takes a long vine in her hand and strokes it. It's funny how all living organisms are alike. When the chips are down, she grabs the vine. When the pressure is on, she squeezes it tighter. Every creature on the face of the earth is interested in one thing and one thing only. The vine suddenly whips out of her hand. Its own survival. She looks at Anderton. Find the Minority Report. Anderton sees that her palm is now bleeding from the vine. She smiles, takes out a handkerchief and wraps her hand. She then turns her back on him and faces her plants. How do I even know which one has it? It's always in the more gifted of the three. Which one is that? Isn't it obvious? The female. She picks up her cane and turns the music back on, leaving Anderton to ponder all of this. The series of images we saw earlier. A man backlit by a window. A face wearing sunglasses outside the window. 6 becoming 9. A gun goes off. A man flying through the window. Zooming in and out, panning this way and that. Anderton's office in pre-crime. As Fletcher works on the prevision screen, Witwer looks around the office. He pulls open a drawer. It's empty. He wasn't in here much. He preferred to be out with the team. Witwer looks to where Jad stands in the doorway. Witwer notices something above Jad's head. A laser projector. Witwer looks around and sees a jacket covering a piece of equipment on a bookshelf. Knott comes into the room. Have you seen the latest polls? We're dead even. He sits on Anderton's desk, knocking over a photograph of Anderton, his wife, and his son. Even since Chief America ran away, the numbers for pre-crime have been going up. People feel better. They know we're willing to go after one of our own. More likely, people just want a show like this every week. Fletcher calmly writes the photograph and indicates the screen. Here's where we're at. The 3 men in the room. The victims here, Anderton here. This unidentified man in the window. The exterior of the adjacent building suggests public housing, but I can't make out the location. Government architecture is modern/conformist, which means there's thousands of units like this one. He nods. They're everywhere. Witwer looks at the photograph of Anderton, Sean, and Lara. But he doesn't go there to kill Crow for another 22 hours. In the meantime, I bet he's somewhere in the sprawl. Jad and Fletcher exchange looks. Anderton is smart enough to go where electronic billboards and other media can't ID him to pick his pocket. There's fewer consumers down there, which means fewer scanners to target him. No offense, sir, but why wouldn't he just run? Because he thinks he's innocent. Witwer pulls the jacket off, and we see a hollow computer, like the one Anderton has at home. We concentrate on the sprawl. We do overflies on ships with 2 spider teams on the ground. Go building by building. Thermal scan the whole area. Read anything with eyes and a heartbeat. Witwer switches the computer on, and we see an image of Laura in an evening gown opening a present. John, stop filming me. Witwer watches as Laura looks up at us. Her face is beautiful. Where is she? Inner city slums. Anderton walks up to one of the most decrepit-looking buildings and then takes off into the night. A giant transportation system vent blows on him from above as he takes a hit off an inhaler. He tosses it aside and walks to the entrance. Have a seat, Chief. A shitty little room with a single stained, overstuffed chair in the corner, a foul kitchen piled high with dirty dishes, and a grime-smeared window looking onto another wall. In the center of all this is a makeshift medical setup, a gleaming operating table, an array of lasers, scalpels, other surgical and anesthesia equipment. Anderton sits in a chair facing Dr. Solomon Eddy, a skinny man with a shock of hair on top, like an upended broom. Dr. Eddy sneezes and blows his nose into a handkerchief. Damn cold won't go away. Anderton glances about uneasily as the man sneezes again. Eddy sees that he's anxious and smiles. Don't worry, I could cut open your chest, sew a dead cat in there, and you'd never get an infection. Not with the spectrum of antibiotics I'll be shooting into you. That's comforting. You do understand, I can't just give you new irises. The scanner will read your scar tissue. Alarms will go off. Large men with guns will appear. Right, I know. Anderton stiffens as Dr. Eddy injects him. Anesthesia. Try to relax, John. I'm saying I'll have to remove your eyes completely. Yeah? And replace them with new ones. I know that, but I want to keep the old ones. Why? Because my mother gave them to me. What do you care? They're no good to you on the secondary market anyway. Whatever you say, John. Dr. Eddy holds out his hand. Anderton hands him a tiny opalescent card. Greta? Dr. Eddy yells something in Swedish, and now into the room walks a large woman in a white coat. This is Miss Van Eyck, my gorgeous assistant. She turns and giggles at Anderton. We see a mole on her cheek the size of Bermuda. Nice to meet you. Miss Van Eyck slides the card into a small console and watches the numbers flash up. She says something to Dr. Eddy, who looks at the numbers and then frowns at Anderton. That's not so much. It's all I could safely move. Tell you what, since you and I go way back, I'll give you my old pal discount. How's that sound? Anderton looks at him. Go way back? You don't remember me, do you? We know each other? Oh, yes. Miss Van Eyck picks up a laser scalpel, blows on the end to clean it off, and then hands it to Dr. Eddy, who tests it on a piece of metal. Anderton watches as it cuts right through. From where, D.C.? Baltimore, East Side? Solomon P. Eddy, M.D. I was a plastic surgeon. Anderton thinks a moment. His name rings a bell. I specialize in burn victims. Women, mostly. Anderton looks at him. I put you away. Yes, you did. You made those tapes. They were performance pieces. You set your patients on fire. And put them out. Some not as quickly as others, but let's change the subject, shall we? The future is much more interesting than the past, don't you think? Dr. Eddy walks over to a large medical cabinet and opens the door. It's full of eyes and parts of eyes, all in cryo jars. Anderton turns away. It's the last thing he wants to see. Dr. Eddy studies them for a moment, and then Anderton watches as Miss Van Eyck and he confer in Swedish. She starts giggling at whatever it is he said. The doc has a smile on his face as he turns back around. Lie down, John. Anderton hesitates, but finally complies. Next thing he knows, Miss Van Eyck is smiling down on him, her big face hovering around his like a planet. She smiles, and then, in the only English she knows, Hello? Hi. Try to relax, Chief. Anderton counts to himself and listens to Dr. Eddy preparing instrument trays, sharing another joke in Swedish with his assistant. More giggling. Anderton looks over. So, if you were a plastic surgeon before, how can I do what I do now? Let's just say I spent a lot of time in the prison library. Anderton turns and casts a groggy eye at Dr. Eddy to see if he's serious, but the good doctor has his back to him as he does his prep work. It was a great way to avoid some of the more unpleasant aspects of prison life. Yes, confinement was a real education, a real eye-opener, if you will. Anderton tries to get up, but Miss Van Eyck gently pushes him down again. No. I mean, for true enlightenment, John, there's nothing quite like the experience of, say, taking a shower while a large felon with a hard-on you can't knock down with a hammer whispers in your... Anderton tries to sit up. Okay, you know what? Maybe I'll just... But Anderton can't raise himself up. The drug is starting to take effect. Dr. Eddy approaches with the laser scalpel. Yes, it was a lot of fun. Thank you so much, John, for putting me there, for giving me the opportunity to get to know myself better. And now... He clicks on the laser, right in front of one of Anderton's eyes, to return the favor. And just as the light blade is about to touch the eye, we go to Laura, Anderton's ex-wife, standing on a ladder. She's at a beach cottage on Chesapeake Bay, painting a weather-beaten shutter. She looks older now, more tired than in the images we've seen. Laura? She turns, and we see Danny Witwer approaching. She watches him come and climbs down the ladder. My name is Danny Witwer. I know who you are. She walks past him and goes into the cottage. He looks out at the ocean a while and then follows. Simple, comfortable, with an endless view of the sea. Dozens of black and white photographs line the floor, hang from the walls. Laura pours herself and Witwer a cup of coffee. This is your work? Yes. We see that the photographs are all reported shots of children. I like it. Thanks. You take anything in your coffee? Cream and sugar. I don't have any cream, sorry. Just sugar then. You and John ever come here? We used to, every summer. He's not here now, is he? She looks at him. I had to ask. She hands him the coffee. I don't have any sugar either. He smiles. Thank you. He hasn't tried to contact you? No. You ever heard him mention the name Leo Crow? No, but then I don't talk to John that much anymore. So you haven't seen his apartment? That was our apartment. Have you been there recently? He takes a black inhaler from his pocket. It's full of these. She stares at it. How long has he been doping? She turns away, takes a moment, and then, since right after we lost our son. You mean after he lost your son? It was nobody's fault. But John was with him at the pool. Yes. Witwer watches her a moment, and then, you said in your divorce papers that he tried to kill himself. It wasn't a suicide attempt. I regret ever saying that. What was it then? The FBI found something that belonged to my son. A sandal. Anyway, John was very upset, and he took out his gun and sat down to watch his home movies. This is in your statement, Laura. He shot a hole in the damn ceiling. So what? You lose your son and see how you handle it. Not very well, I'm sure. I'd probably start doping myself. Or maybe I'd... He looks at the photograph of the children, but doesn't finish his thought. She turns to him and looks at him. He meets her gaze. Lamar Burgess thinks that you left John because he lost himself in pre-crime instead of you. I left him because every time I looked at him I saw my son. Every time I got close to him, I smelled my little boy. That's why I left him. You can leave now. He puts down his coffee and looks at her. You know I need to use you. To what, trap him? To prevent a murder. Sooner or later he's going to contact you. I haven't seen him in 2 years. But I've seen the 300 hours of your image he's stored away. She reacts to him as he moves close to her. He's still living with you. And your son. You have to choose, Laura. You have to choose sides now. A strange, near-zoetrope-like lighting effect on the walls and ceiling, as outside maglev cars go whizzing by the tenement. As Dr. Eddie looks down on us. Don't take the bandages off for 12 hours. If you take them off before, you'll go blind. Do you understand? Anderton lies on a caved-in bed. His face swathed in bandages. There's food in the refrigerator, and make sure to drink a lot of water. How do I find the... Here. He takes Anderton's hand and places it on a rope that's tied to a bedpost to the bathroom and the kitchen. Anderton tries to sit up. I can't even stand up. I know you're in a hurry, so I juiced up the nano reconstruction around your new eyes. The nano what? Organic microbots that reconstruct the nerves and blood vessels. It feels like fleas chewing on your eyeballs, but whatever you do, don't scratch. Anderton is already reaching his hands up to his bandages. Dr. Eddie forces them away. Seeing as we're old pals and all, I'm giving you a bonus. Something that might come in handy. Here, feel this. Dr. Eddie takes an air syringe from his pocket and touches it to Anderton's hand. It's a temporary paralytic enzyme. Shoot this baby under your chin, right here. Dr. Eddie presses the tip under the soft underpart of Anderton's chin. Anderton recoils. The enzyme turns your facial muscles to mush. You won't look like the same man. You tighten up again in 30 minutes. Hurts like nothing you've ever felt. He drops it in a bag. I'll just drop it in your goodie bag along with the, He holds up the bag with Anderton's old eyes. Leftovers. Next, Dr. Eddy takes a small clock from his pocket and places it on a dresser beside Anderton's bed. I'm setting up a timer. When it goes off tomorrow, take off your bandages and get the hell out of here. But not before then. Or, I'll go blind, I know. He takes something from his pocket and puts it into Anderton's hand, a small black inhaler. A little something from our mutual friend. Is that you, Chief? Anderton turns toward the voice, and we see Lycon standing in the doorway, clutching his dirty sock full of inhalers, his mangy seeing-eye dog at his heel. I believe you now, Lycon. Of course, once upon a time he was also a patient of mine, like you. Good luck, Chief. And they start out of there, Lycon's dog bumping into the wall on the way out. We hear the door close, and Anderton lies there, gripping the bed, listening to the ticking of the timer. We now dissolve to a pre-crime ship cruising past the tenement. It's only been a few hours. Anderton, still blindfolded by his dressing, is unaware of the pre-crime ship that passes by the open window, grimy curtains blowing in the breeze. He takes the inhaler Dr. Eddy has left him from his pocket. He feels it in his hand a moment, and then takes a long hit. He listens to the muffled voices that float in through the paper-thin walls, a cacophony of human sound above, below, and all around him. Tick, tick, tick. How much time, Dad? Now, gradually, light begins to fill the room, as we dissolve to a public pool. Crowded, laughing kids, yelling parents. Anderton stands in the shallow end, looking at his watch as his 6-year-old son breaks the surface of the water. 12 seconds, a new record. The boy smiles and clings to the side. Okay, now let me time you. Are you kidding? There's absolutely positively no way on my best day I could ever beat 12 seconds. Come on. All right, I'll try. Sean hauls himself up onto the side and lets his feet dangle in the water. Anderton takes his watch off and hands it to him. You better take this. The kid takes it, delighted to be holding his father's watch. Okay, ready, set, go! Now we go under with Anderton as he sinks down below the bottom of the pool. He shuts his eyes to all the activity and the muffled sound around him. We wait 5 seconds, 10 seconds, 20 seconds, then a shiny glint as we see his watch sink past his face. He opens his eyes, snatches it, and Anderton pushes up to the surface. Squinting against the sun's glare, he looks to the side of the pool. His son is gone. Sean? He moves to the side and pulls himself out of the pool. Sean Anderton, where are you? He looks around at all the faces, the other kids, parents, a dull panic setting in now. We crane up and away from a frantic Anderton, pushing his way through the crowd, shouting for his son. Sean! As Anderton's shouts echoes and then fade, he sits in the tenement room, a moment, listening to all the sounds around him. He crushes the black inhaler and throws the pieces on the floor. He then takes a breath and feels around for the rope. He starts for the kitchen, unaware of the pre-crime ship now moving past the window in the other direction. Ivana, unaware that Anderton is in the building, moves into position over the building. Jad, we're now in position. We're ready to begin thermal scans on 931 Powell. As Anderton follows the rope to the refrigerator, he opens it. Inside, among plates of rotting food, we see one good sandwich. Anderton reaches in and runs his hand over a molding month-old goodie, passing the good sandwich, and instead grabs hold of a slimy green piece of meat. Much to our disgust, he shoves that in his mouth, immediately spits it out, and then washes his mouth out with old milk that sits right next to the good stuff. He spits that out. Shit! He reaches gingerly into the refrigerator. He locates the good sandwich, sniffs it carefully, and then wolfs it down. He grabs a pitcher of water and downs that as well. Anderton sits down in a chair. The muffled voices next door get louder. He's sweating. He keeps reaching for his dressings to scratch and then forces himself not to by clinging tightly to his armrest on the chair as people next door move on to break things. As Fletcher and Knott exit the pre-crime ship, Fletcher does a thermal reading of the building while they talk. I'm thinking that you must really like me, don't you, Fletcher? Fletcher looks right at him. That's why you asked to partner with me on this little sortie, isn't it? I think you're swell company, Knott. It's not at all that you don't trust me to be alone with the chief, that you think I might, fuck with him if I had the chance. Knott grins at him now, pleased with himself. No, I just want to watch him use your body to sandblast another building, that's all, Jeff. The grin goes away as Fletcher looks through the scan lens on his helmet, doing the thermal reading on the building. As Ivana looks at the thermal read on the building, I show 27 warm bodies. What do you think, 4 spiders? Let's do 8. I'm hungry. As Knott and Fletcher each unhook a round ball, the size of billiard balls, from their belts, Fletcher rolls his towards the building. Knott does the same. They take 6 more and roll these out as well. The balls roll a few feet and begin to open like daisies, with large legs. Robotic spiders, each the size of a fist, with an identiscan antenna on their head, begin to click their way into the building. One of the spiders pauses in front of a closed door. It flattens itself and then creeps underneath. An old woman sits eating a bowl of soup. She looks up as the spider comes clicking across the floor towards her. She knows the drill, and keeps a calm eye on the spider as she eats her dinner, holding out a leg for the spider to climb up. Nice to have some company. The spider climbs up the woman, up her arm and across her shoulder. It grips her cheek lightly as the identiscan reads her eyes. See my new earrings? My grandson gave them to me. He's in beauty school. The spider beeps as it reads her. Fletcher gets a reading and checks off something on his clipboard with a laser pen. Anderton sits in his chair, listening to the muffled arguing next door. Then the voices stop. Anderton turns his face toward the wall. Silence. Then we hear bouncing bed springs as the couple next door starts going at it. He shakes his head. 2 spiders exit the stairwell and move to the nearest doors. Knott checks off another tenant. He looks at the thermal scanners and sees a double reading. Hey, Fletcher, check out the double reading. Coitus interruptus. Do you even know what that means? We hear the bed spring in the next room squeak faster and faster. The woman's moaning is getting louder and louder. One of the spiders flattens itself and goes under the door. Anderton sits in a chair, drumming his fingers on the armrest as the couple gets ready to blast off. Then abruptly they stop. A man's voice shouts, "Aw man, come on, you can't barge in here. This is private property, you can't..." She cries out in pain. Anderton turns his head toward the wall. Knott speaking into a microphone of his collar. "People, if you don't let the spider scan you, we'll have to come in and arrest you." "Knott!" Anderton hears the familiar voice off screen. "Please permit the spider to scan you." Anderton bolts up from the chair. He quickly feels his way over to the timer and feels the face. 6 more hours to go. He's only halfway there. He stands there thinking a moment. Knott speaks once more into the microphone. "Let's go, folks." He follows the rope to the kitchen, opens the freezer and reaches inside. He feels a couple of ice trays and grabs them. "There, now get the hell out." Anderton feels his way over to the filthy bathtub and turns on the cold water. He dumps the contents of the ice tray inside. Knott checks off another and looks up at the building. One more. Anderton grabs whatever's cold from the fridge. Soda, fruit, water, sandwiches. He starts to carry it all into the bathroom. He trips over the guide rope and drops all the stuff onto the floor. The spider comes out of the apartment next door and moves down towards Anderton's door. He dumps the stuff from the fridge into the tub and peels off his clothes. As the spider flattens out and eases under the door, Anderton climbs into the ice-cold tub, reaches over and shuts the bathroom door as the spider turns toward the sound of the water shutting off. As it moves toward the bathroom door, it begins to fold its legs and flatten itself out. Anderton lowers his head under the water, just as the spider comes under the door and into the bathroom. Ivana looks at the thermal scanner. We lost one. Cat, maybe? Went out the window? Awful big cat. Anderton holds his breath. The spider finally turns to leave. It begins to flatten itself out to go back under the door when Ivana watches the scan and turns and looks at the building. As Anderton lets a single bubble of air escape his lips, it bursts with the tiniest sound. The spider hears it and stops cold. It begins to emit a low beeping sound. Also emitting the same sound, the spiders stop, turn, and head off in the same direction. Ivana starts to get the signal. Wait a minute. Anderton continues to hold his breath underwater. 7 more spiders come under the bathroom door. Looking up at the lip of the bathtub, we see the head of a spider slowly appear over the edge of the tub. As the spider rises over the edge of the tub, we see not that it is grown, but that it is actually standing on the backs of other 7 spiders. Knott looks at the scanner, as Ivana tries to read. What do you think, guys? A drunk? Maybe he can't wake up? Or a guy that doesn't want to get read? Stand by. We're going to go take a look. They grab their helmets and go into the building. Anderton sits up. He feels one of the spider's legs grab hold of his cheek, trying to read his eye through the bandages. It whirs and hums, trying to adjust its antenna. Please! It stings him. He jumps back. Then he reaches up and gently pulls down the bandage over one eye, while the spider moves in closer to read it. Fletcher and Knott run up the stairs. Anderton forces his eye open and lets in the blinding light. Oh, God! The spider takes forever. Anderton's eye starts to go milky as the color and iris disintegrate. The pain is unbearable. The spider finally backs off. Fletcher and Knott come out of the stairwell and run up to Anderton's door when they hear an indicator and see the spider has gotten a reading. They stop and look down as all 8 spiders come under the bottom of Anderton's door and start back down the hallway. Let's eat. We hear the murmur of voices and blurry images. Gradually we begin to focus, objects whizzing by us, people all around. It's hard to see, they're all piled on top of each other. Anderton is wearing new clothing in the public transportation system. He has dark sunglasses. He waits for the subway to pull into the station. He watches people getting on and off, all of them read by the ident scanner. The scanner light silently going from red to green as they pass. Anderton takes a breath, gets on, and relaxes as the scanner light turns green. He finds an empty seat and sits down. He lowers his head, taking off his glasses and gently massaging his eyes. When he looks up, he sees a mother and child. Anderton's depth perception is all flattened out. We can't tell, though, that they're both staring this way. The kid pointing now. Look at his eye! The mother hushes him up and points out the window at some sight to distract him. One of Anderton's eyes is all milky. The other is deep brown. Both eyes are red around the sockets from Dr. Eddie's rush job. Anderton turns and sees his blurred reflection in the window. He quickly puts his sunglasses back on. In Anderton's office, Witwer sits at the desk screen, studying the different images from the prevision of Anderton murdering Leo Crow. Anderton holding the gun. The shadowy figure of Leo Crow by the window. The face in sunglasses across the window. He then pans about the room. A bed, a table, a mirror. There's Anderton. Wait, he goes back to the mirror. He leans closer to the screen and pushes in. A figure is standing in the mirror. Blurry, but there. Fletcher! A tour group of mostly kids near a government building, a smattering of adults, gathers in front of the statue of the 3 precogs, who look nothing like the figures we've seen in the tank. The pre-crime program began with the federal grant in 2036. Today, 6 years later, the District of Columbia is now the safest city in America. Why? Because pre-crime works. We move off the tour guide to a shady spot beneath a tree, where we see Anderton, hidden in a shadow, wearing an overcoat. Pre-crime has eliminated the need for traditional detectives. Most of the work done here is about the verification of motive and the protection of the future victim. Anderton pulls out the air syringe that Dr. Eddy gave him. He stares at it. He touches it to the underside of his chin and takes a deep breath. Okay, 1, 2... Oh, shit. He lowers the syringe. He can't do it. He looks around. As Witwer works the equipment, trying to enhance the face in the mirror, it looks ephemeral, like the face of a ghost. Anderton takes another breath. This time he counts quickly. 1, 2, 3... Can we see the precogs? He injects himself, as we then pan back to the tour guide. The 3 precogs have such a powerful gift. They have to be kept in peaceful seclusion so as to not be distracted from the outside world. This display should give you some idea of their daily life. The guide gestures to a diorama, like they have in the Natural History Museum. Instead of seeing a clan of cavemen hunting a woolly mammoth with spears, the scene depicts here supposedly the 3 precogs performing their daily tasks. What we're looking at, however, is 3 healthy-looking silhouettes, dressed in loose-fitting pajamas, sitting in overstuffed chairs, in the middle of a beautiful living room, surrounded by people in white coats, attending to their every need. While images of bloodless murders appear on a small TV screen in one corner. Not at all the image of the 3 frail, nearly translucent souls writhing about in a milk tank. Anderton in agony, his head ducked, he pulls out the syringe from under his skin. He stumbles to the precog diorama and slowly looks up. Now, in front of this display of lies, his entire face begins to sag. All of his facial muscles essentially let go, changing his appearance from youthful to geriatric in a matter of seconds. Anderton stumbles over and then falls in behind the group and follows the guide into the building. The precogs get over 8 million pieces of mail each year. That's more mail than Santa gets. Juckett and Payman walk out of the building, barely glance at Anderton as he passes. As Wally hoists out one of the male cogs, begins grooming him, he hits an orange lever and flushes the old milk from the tank. Anderton moves away from the group to a side entrance where pre-crime personnel enter. He pulls off the overcoat as he goes, and now we read the word maintenance on the back of his coveralls. He goes inside the building into the maintenance area. He emerges pushing an ultrasonic scrubber. He turns up one corridor and then another. He walks to a door marked Nutrient Room and looks both ways. He pulls a small black Ziploc-like bag from his pocket and opens it. He gingerly removes his old 2 eyes. One of the eyes slips from his hand, and then the other slips. No, no, no! He carefully avoids stepping on them as he awkwardly scoops them up off the floor. He then glances about, holding one eye in each hand. He very carefully holds them up to the identiscan and prays. He gets cleared and quickly drops his eyeballs back into the bag. He enters the secured area. Back in Anderton's office, Fletcher comes into the room. Take a look. He moves aside so Fletcher can see the screen. There are 2 others in the room, beside Anderton and Crow. 2? He indicates the face in the sunglasses. There's a man in sunglasses out the window. Here, but there's someone else. Here in the mirror. Witwer begins enhancing the face in the mirror. Back in the nutrient room, Anderton enters and closes the door behind him. It's full of pipes and tanks full of liquid. We hear a low hum as Anderton makes his way through the room. He stops at a thick glass window. We see he's looking into the precog tank from below. A series of pipes runs into the tank. A door is beside the window. Another eye scan. He once more takes out the black plastic bag. In Anderton's office, the face in the mirror comes into sharper focus. It's definitely female. As Anderton comes through the door, he starts to drag Wally's desk over the barricade. Hey! Anderton turns and sees Wally coming over now, a look on his face. What are you doing in here? I'm afraid I'm going to have to ask you to leave. Anderton ignores him, puts a screwdriver in his mouth and jumps up, grabs a light fixture near the door, then pulls himself up like a gymnast. Wally is taken aback at the strength of the old man. Careful there, old-timer. You're going to hurt yourself. Anderton takes the screwdriver and jams the sliding door mechanism with it. Then he jumps down beside Wally. Wally, listen to me. Do I know you? Who are you? Anderton touches his face, realizes it's still sagging and old-looking. He grabs Wally by the shirt. I like you, Wally, so I'm not going to kick you or hit you with anything, but only if you promise to help me. Oh, hi, John. As Witwer stops working and staring at the screen. What does that look like to you? Fletcher can't make it out and shakes his head. It's Agatha. Now we see the image, the ghost-like face of the female precog in the mirror. So this means... Witwer stands up straight as he realizes what it means. He's coming here to get her. Witwer hits his comm line. Jad, ask the building who's come and gone in the last couple of hours. As Wally works at the computer, Anderton looks up at the array of horrifying images on the screen above. Are these all of her previsions? There's no way of knowing for sure, since she could have forgotten whatever it is you're looking for. Witwer moves along with Fletcher, and Jad falls in. He was idented 5 minutes ago in the maintenance area. Is there any way into the temple from there? Fletcher and Jad look at each other. Yes. No alarms. We don't want to lose him. Call Wally and tell him to get out of there. Jucket appears on Witwer's heads up. Chief, we've got video on someone inside the temple. What do you mean, someone? Looks like an old man. An anxious Anderton looks over at Wally. His face is starting to tighten, regain its regular shape and characteristics. Just go to the beginning. Okay, fine. Where the hell is that? We now see Jad on Wally's heads up. Wally? Anderton looks over. Leave the temple now. No can do there, Jad. Anderton looks down at the female precog. She's suddenly thrashing about, trying to sit up. What is it? She reaches out and grabs his arm. On a low angle of Anderton, he looks down at Agatha. We see every video screen on the ceiling, showing the screaming face of Anne Lively. He slowly looks up at them. As Witwer, Jad, and Fletcher push through the doors, Jucket and Payman, geared up, meet him. He's inside. He's got some kind of mask on. They all look at the monitors. Knott and 2 others are all in full gear. We got 4 guys on the other door. Do not fire any weapons inside the temple. Only use bind foam or 6 sticks. You go on my count. Anderton looks at Agatha, who now opens her mouth and speaks. "Can you see?" She looks at Anderton, her eyes imploring him. He thinks a moment and then starts to unhook all of the cables. We hear Witwer and his team trying to get through the jammed doors. We hear as they finally blow the mechanism, and then, "John, move away from the tank!" Anderton looks over as the team starts to come in. "Move away from the tank!" Agatha looks past him at an orange lever and nods. "John?" Anderton throws the lever. A rush of milk is quickly flushed from the tank. Witwer and the team rush up the steps. Witwer freezes. He watches as the two male precogs flail about in the milk, strapped into their harnesses, while Anderton and Agatha are sucked out through a large drain. Oh, God. Wally, crying out now, lifts Agatha's empty restraints and stares at it. They've never been separated before. What does he want with the precog? What do you think? So he can kill whoever he wants without anyone knowing about it. But there's still the two others. Wally doesn't say anything and just weeps over the tank. "Wally, the other two can still function, right?" "You don't understand. They're a hive mind. It takes all three for their predictive abilities to work." "Are you telling me that I can't see murders anymore?" "Maybe if he had taken one of the males, but the female, she's the key. She's the one they listen to, the one with the most talent, the one who takes care of the other two." Staring at the remaining two. "Jesus. Please bring her back." As Anderton, the precog in his arms, both of them soaked, run to where the Lexus is parked. Fletcher barks into his heads-up. "Find out where that pipe leads. I want every team underground, now." They look to where Witwer stares at the prevision screen. It doesn't matter. He wins. We can stop him. She's in the room with him when he kills Crow. She's already a part of his future. Now everybody looks at the image, the ghost-like face of Agatha in the mirror, watching John Anderton shoot a man named Leo Crow. As he walks out, "Put everything you've got into finding that room. We stop a murder. How much time have we got, Jad?" The watch counts down 51 minutes. Shadows pass over it. Anderton looks at his watch and then out the window. Anderton's vehicle moves past the more downtrodden segment of the DC population. Agatha sits low in the seat, so that just her eyes peer out the window at the world around her. Anderton looks over at the precog, staring out the window at the unfamiliar rush of all the humanity around her. She shivers. "Are you cold?" He moves to put his coat over her, and she looks at his hand. "Can you understand me?" She holds onto his hand, is fixated by it. "It's the drugs. They'll wear off in a few hours." She looks up and stares out the window, now at the world she's never been a part of. "I'm sorry, but I need your help. You contain information. I need to know how to get it. Can you just tell me who Leo Crow is? Can you tell me if... Is it now?" "What? Is it now?" He looks outside, understands what she means. "Yes, this is all happening right now." She nods and closes her eyes. I'm tired of the future." Anderton's vehicle pulls up in front of a gap. Anderton turns to Agatha. "I'll have to take you someplace in public, which means I have to get you something, else to wear." She stares out the window and doesn't respond. "I'll hurry." As Anderton walks in the door to the gap, gets his new eyes scanned, we hear a voice say, "Hello, Mr. Yakamoto. Welcome to the Gap." Anderton stops cold as a holographic image of a huge Asian man now appears standing in front of him. "How did those assorted tank tops work out for you?" Anderton now stops and stares at the thug-like previous owner of his eyes, who is now shown wearing a sweater that changes from color to color. "Come on in and see how good you look in one of our new winter sweaters." Agatha leans out the window, experiencing the world outside for the first time in years. A group of teenagers walking by. A woman pushing a baby in a pram. A man walking a dog. The dog turns to Agatha, now trying to pull his master over to her. She turns to the street and watches people going by on bicycles and inside other vehicles. For Agatha, it is not a peaceful scene at all. She sees only death, pain, and suffering. The real world is overwhelming. She turns away and watches as raindrops fall on the windshield. She rolls down the window and sticks her head out to feel the rain. She listens to the now soothing sound of the rain mixed with laughter, the baby crying mixed with snippets of conversation she hears all around her. And then we hear a jackhammer. Agatha turns to a construction site across the way. A huge building is going up. A crane hoists a bundle of steel girders up to the top of the site. A teenage boy walks to a bicycle locked to a fence in front of the site. She closes her eyes and shudders, sits up and steels herself, calling to the boy. "Nathan!" The boy keeps going. "Nathan!" The teenage boy stops as he gets to the bike and looks at her. "Come here." The boy sees this pretty face inside a vehicle beckoning him. He looks around to make sure she meant him and then comes over. "Do I know you?" "Hold my hand." As she reaches for him, Nathan sees she must be blind. "What?" "Please, Nathan, hold my hand." The teenager sees she's only wearing Anderton's jacket. "Whoa." Agatha reaches out and takes his hand and holds onto it. Something pulses through him. He looks at her, afraid. "Who are you?" Anderton walks out with his purchases. "Thanks for shopping at the Gap, Mr. Yakamoto." "Sayonara." Agatha looks up at Nathan into his eyes, who tries to pull his hand away. "Look, whoever you are..." We hear someone shout, and the teenager boy wheels around as a steel beam falls from the construction site, landing directly on Nathan's bicycle. Nathan stares in horror at where he would have been had he not come over to Agatha. She lets go of his hand. "You can go now." Anderton comes out of the store, looks at the crushed bike and a crowd gathering around it. Oblivious to what has just happened, he walks past the stunned kid. "Excuse me." Witwer sits in Anderton's office, staring at the image. The rest of the team gathers in the office. "What does he want with the precog?" "He knows we can't operate without her. He's going to ransom her." "Where's the note?" Witwer gets up and turns on the hollow computer. An image of Sean, age 6, appears. "If he's ransoming her, where's the damn note?" Sean, jumping between ages. "Hey Dad, how's your day? Hey, look what I built. Thanks for helping me. I love you, Daddy." Witwer stares at it. "It has nothing to do with ransom. It has to do with the information that's inside of her." They all look at him. He's trying to prove his innocence. "He can't download her without a lot of technical help." Witwer staring at the image. "No, he can't." Suddenly, Witwer begins to tear apart the computer. He pulls off the cover, looks at the components inside, and rips one out, then tosses it aside. He rips out another. He sees a name printed on the bottom. Patent pending, Rufus T. Riley. Who is Rufus T. Riley? Customers in dark corners of Rufus's Dreamweaver head spa, wearing bladdered bodysuits and tiny headsets, act out various fantasies. Where's your pleasure? Rufus Riley, heavy, goateed, ponytail down to his waist, and a name tag that says, "Hi, I'm Rufus," shows a nervous customer around the place. "We got it all here. We got guys come in want to experience sex as a woman. We got women come in, want to get laid by their favorite soap star. We got rape fantasies from both sides, sport fantasies. Then we got what I call, look ma, I can fly fantasies, which encompass everything from bungee jumping to soaring like an eagle over the Grand Canyon. The nervous customer turns as we hear a man cry out. He looks in and sees a man flailing about on a cushion. Near death is a real popular one right now, which includes everything from getting hit by a car to falling off a high building to plane crashes. It's a big rush. You come out the other side without a heart attack. I want to kill my boss. Okay. You got some images I can work with? Right here. Hands him a disc. Good. What I can do is set you up down in the, Rufus? Rufus sees Anderton come in with Agatha on his arm. He turns back to the guy, saying in a loud voice, yeah, being concertmaster of the Philadelphia Symphony Orchestra is one of my most popular choices. No, I want to kill my boss. Get the hell out of here, you sick bastard. He pushes the man away, sending him tripping for the door. Detective, nice of you to come down here. Seeing as every cop in the world is looking for you right now. Jesus, what's up with your eye? I need your help. Well, hey, you didn't have to come all the way down here. I make house calls for you, Chief. I need help with her. Rufus just noticing her. Well, hello there, honey pie. Barely able to stand, Agatha is too stunned by the bizarre surroundings to even respond, as Rufus takes her hand and kisses it. I'm impressed, Anderton. You're on the lam, but still got the time and energy to slice off a little jerky for yourself? Rufus, she's a precog. He looks at Agatha. She's a precog? That's right. Rufus starts to laugh. Agatha looks at Anderton. Rufus keeps on laughing, until he looks a little closer and realizes, you brought a precog here? Jesus Christ! Rufus looks at Agatha, a thought dawning, and then drops to his knees. He genuflects and looks up at her. Are you reading my mind right now? Rufus, for Christ's sake, get up. I'm sorry for whatever I'm going to do, and I swear I didn't do any of the stuff that I did. Anderton hauls him to his feet. She's got information inside of her. I need you to get it out. No way. I wouldn't even know where to begin. Those thoughts of my cousin Elena, they were just thoughts. I would never. Come on, Rufus. You've been busted twice for felony hacking. So I need you to hack into her. Rufus studies her for a moment, and then, I'll tell you what. I do this, I get to keep whatever images I get from her head. They don't belong to anybody. Then bring it to Radio Shack. Anderton grabs Rufus and throws him against the wall. He gets right in his face, the one blown eye looking at him. Do I look like I'm leaving? The precops get ready to lift off and look over as Witwer gets in and sits in Anderton's seat. Ivana gives him a dirty look as he takes out a piece of gum. No chewing gum on my ship. Agatha, hooked into some kind of light reader, sits in a chair in the center of the room, surrounded by contraptions of all kinds. Rufus paces around, checking the connections. Okay, we're all set. I can't promise you the images are going to be any good, though. Suddenly, there's a flood of murder images, similar in type to the ones used upstairs in the cyber parlor, beamed from the projector to the side of the room. Good God! Dozens of murders happening all around them. Agatha begins twitching. The images shake, distort, they go fuzzy, and then clear again. There's a rapid-fire display of all the murder and mayhem that Agatha has been privy to, including the last image of the steel beam crushing young Nathan. You know what, Chief? On second thought, I don't want to keep any of these. We now see Anderton blow Leo Crow through a window. Stop. Tell me how. Rufus tries in vain to work the equipment. The images run on, and we see the face wearing sunglasses, the number 9 turning into a number 6. You're not going to kill me. Goodbye, Crow. Rufus, can you record this? Rufus moves to the computer, as now we see Crow at the window, the face with the sunglasses behind him as he wrestles with the gun that Anderton holds. The real Anderton walks up to his projection, amazed to see his likeness frozen there, doing something he can't imagine. He watches as the image jumps, and once more, Crow is blown out the window. Then we see nothing. What happened? Where's the rest? I guess that's all of it. Anderton looks at Agatha, her expression calm. Is there a minority report? She just looks at him. A what? An alternate future. Do I have one? She looks at where the images were projected a moment ago. No. Anderton is about to turn away. She takes his hand, as he did in the temple, and suddenly the room is full of images. Can you see? Every single one of the images is the same. The screaming face of Anne Lively. Anderton looks at Agatha. Her face is contorted in the same way as the image. Suddenly there's a rush of images. We get a glimpse only of some of them. 2 figures struggling, a splash, Anne Lively drowning, and then nothing. Why are you showing me this? What do you want me to see? She doesn't move. A single tear rolls down her cheek. Rufus, play it back. I'll try. Now we see the following images all play backwards. Anne Lively being drowned, but now she comes out of the lake, backwards. We see Anne Lively on the ground by the lake, struggling with a masked figure. The figure pops up and runs backwards. She pops up a second later, stumbling and runs backwards. We see an overcoat being put on, turned inside out from dark to light. Anderton looks around the room, the images all around him. The dark figure is just about to take off the mask when the images stop and Agatha turns and holds on to him. What? They're inside. Who? Suddenly, a red light flashes on the wall. Rufus scrambles to a security monitor. Your old teammates. Witwer leads a team through the parlor. Check every room. As Rufus leads them down a long dark corridor and up a flight of stairs. You come up just outside a sprawl on Millhouse. Anderton and Agatha come through a hidden door and hurry through a market. She stops at one of the stalls. Can you see the umbrella? Anderton looks at the stall selling umbrellas. Take it. Agatha? He buys an umbrella from the vendor and then drags her off. As they move through the crowded inner-city shopping area, she has trouble keeping up. She looks ahead, something in her eyes, when, can you see the man in the blue suit? Sure enough, a man walking in the other direction is wearing a blue suit. He drops his briefcase. Spilling all kinds of papers all over the sidewalk, including a newspaper with Anderton's photo. A woman in a brown dress is going to come out of the door up ahead. This happens. Wait, she knows your face. Turn in here. The woman looks at Anderton and squints, but before she can make any kind of determination of who he is and why he looks familiar, Anderton and Agatha have gone into a pet shop. They move through the store, jammed with all kinds of animals. Foxes and shrieking exotic birds. They go through the back door and come out in a different section of the mall. Anderton starts to lead her around a corner and she stops. Anderton looks around and sees a precog on the upper level. Agatha, can you see the balloon man? What? As the cop scans the mall from the upper level, he's about to spot Anderton and Agatha when a balloon vendor comes around the corner and blocks the cop's view. He moves on. Agatha and Anderton start walking again. This way. She leads him underneath the pedestrian bridge. Stop. We now boom up to the top of the bridge, where we see Knott moving to the side, leaning over the rail and peering down on Anderton and Agatha. She gently pulls Anderton further under the bridge, so Knott can't see them when he looks down. They're a foot or two out of his sightline. He then moves to the other side of the bridge and peers down. Now Agatha leads Anderton a step or two back the other way, so that again, not just misses seeing them. He moves off across the bridge. Agatha and Anderton hurry through the mall. A bum in one of the doorways begs for change, and they walk by him. "May the devil take you as his bride!" A few steps later, Agatha stops in front of a door. "Drop some money." "Forget that guy. Do it, right here on the ground." Anderton reaches into his pocket and drops some change on the ground. Agatha looks back at the bum, who turns toward them, and upon hearing the sound of the coins hitting the ground, she leads Anderton off. "May God bless you!" The bum comes over and bends in front of the door, just as it opens, knocking him over, and two precogs burst out and topple over him. Anderton and Agatha exit the mall, and it starts raining. Anderton opens the umbrella, along with dozens of people around him, just as Fletcher leads some cops outside. They look down, but all they can see is a sea of umbrellas below them. Agatha and Anderton walk along the street. Behind them, the way is blocked off with buildings. There's only one way out, straight ahead. They start for it. Suddenly, Knott comes out of a building in front and starts walking in front of them. Anderton starts to turn around. Agatha pulls on his arm. "No, follow him." "He'll turn around." "He won't." Anderton and Agatha walk past a large metal gate. She stops. Knott slows down ahead of them and starts to look this way and that. Anderton starts to back away. "Agatha, wait." We hear a bell ring and suddenly the gate opens. A beat later, kids swarm out of school. Knott turns around and is about to spot them when, can you see his shoe? In front of them, one of the kids trip over his shoelaces. "Tie his shoe." Anderton drops down to help him, and Agatha does the same. Knott sees nothing but a swarm of kids. Knott into his radio. "They're not here. I'll check one block east." Knott moves off across the street. Anderton smiles at the kid as he helps him with his shoe. "Here you go, buddy." "I can do it myself." Anderton finishes tying the kid's shoe, staying low as the teacher ushers the kids off, revealing part of a giant face wearing sunglasses. Anderton slowly stands up and looks at a billboard, spinning in the wind, as it's hoisted upward by a giant crane. It spins around. We see that it's for Revo. On it is a huge grinning face wearing sunglasses. Anderton turns and looks at an old hotel, a dozen stories up. Workmen motion for the crane operator to hold up, as they continue to prepare steel for the frame. "Agatha, can you see that?" Anderton looks at Agatha. She's looking away. "That's the man in the window." He looks at his watch. Counting down, 18 minutes. As Witwer looks at the equipment and turns to Rufus. What was he looking for? As Anderton takes Agatha by the arm, but she stays put. "Don't go inside." He looks at her. "You don't have to. Walk away." He looks at her and then turns and walks to the hotel. We see the billboard as it's hoisted up toward the hotel. Witwer stands in the cyber parlor, looking at the Anne Lively murder, confused. This is what he wanted to see? No, this is what she wanted him to see. Witwer watches. I'll need a copy of this. The hotel, once grand, now pretty much a flophouse. The skinny and skagged-out clerk looks up from the tattoo magazine as Anderton walks up to the desk and looks around. Rooms are $95 a night plus tax. Regarding Agatha, or $15 an hour. You mind if I take a look at your register? Yeah, I mind. The guy starts to get up, and Anderton pulls his gun. He puts the muzzle in the guy's eye. How about now? He spins the register around so that Anderton can read it. Help yourself. Anderton looks at the register. As Anderton runs the barrel of the gun down the inky list of names, most of them Smith or Jones, he stops when he gets to L. Crow. He's here. Anderton, leave. He looks at her. You have a choice. Walk away. She holds out her hand. Right now. He stands there a moment. He's torn. He starts to close the register and follow her to the door. But then he stops and takes his hand back. I can't. I have to know. Please. I have to find out what happened to my life. Agatha, I'm not going to kill the man. I don't even know him. She looks frightened. Don't you understand? Going upstairs is the only way I'll ever find out what's underneath all of this. Who has been setting me up? I have to know. Anderton turns to the clerk. What room is Crow in? 1006. Anderton and Agatha ride up. The elevator looks out at the other buildings. People working in offices across the way. Anderton looks at his watch, counting down from 11 minutes. Agatha and Anderton walk up the hall, stopping at the door marked 1006. Anderton knocks. No answer. He tries the door. It's open. Anderton steps into the empty room with just a bed, made, and a night table and a dresser. He pulls out the drawer. It's empty. Turns on the bathroom light. No personal effects. He turns it off. He's gone. Anderton stands in the room thinking. He looks out the open door into the hallway. Wait a minute. The number to the door on that room is also 1006. Anderton steps into the hallway and looks at the door he just came through. The 6 is lower than the other 3 numbers. Agatha watches as Anderton reaches up and pivots it into a 9, making the number now even with the other 3. It's the wrong room. He turns and looks across the hall at the real 1006. He looks at his watch, counting down. 8 minutes. Anderton? Anderton knocks at the door. No answer. Agatha recoils as Anderton suddenly kicks the door open. Someone definitely lives in this room. The bed is unmade, clothes are strewn about, hanging from open drawers. Anderton steps around a half-eaten meal that sits on the floor. He looks down and stares at a pile of Polaroid photographs sitting on a dresser. All of them are children. Some are sitting on beds in hotel rooms, looking afraid. Others in parks and schoolyards, unaware that their picture was taken. Jesus. Leo Crow, the man we saw in the prevision, walks along the sidewalk. He's unsteady and keeps bumping into people. In person, we can see that the man is small, with countable wisps of hair combed over to one side of his head. His eyes are dark, almost black, more insect-like than human. Anderton quickly rifles the stack of photographs. He suddenly stops and stares at one of them. The impact of the image makes his legs buckle, forcing him to sit down on the bed. Oh, God. What is it? A boy we know very well, hugging himself in the back seat of some vehicle. This is Sean, my son. As Crow stands in the doorway a moment, teeters a bit, then enters the hotel, the clerk looks up from his magazine but doesn't say a word. Agatha sits beside Anderton on the bed. Every day for the last 6 years I've thought only 2 things. My first was what my son would look like if he were alive today. If I would even recognize him if I saw him on the street. The second is what I would do to the man who took him. Anderton, you were right. I'm not being set up. Anderton looks at the photograph. I'm going to kill this man. As Crow rides up, he takes out a dented flask and takes a long hit from it, draining it of its last drop. We now hear the elevator ding. Anderton looks at his watch and gets to his feet. Please, I want to go back. I can't leave. You said yourself. There's no minority report. I don't have an alternative future. You still have a choice. The others never had a chance to see their future, but you did. Footsteps. Anderton waits. The door slowly opens, and we see Crow peering around it. Leo Crow? The man does a strange thing. He glances at his watch, and then takes a deep breath. Who the hell are you? Anderton kicks the door shut on the man's hand. Crow screams as he goes down. Anderton steps on him. 6 years ago, Baltimore. You grabbed a kid at Francis Public Pool in the West End. Did I? I don't recall. I get lots of kids from that place. Anderton kicks the man in the stomach. Jesus! He doubles over. Anderton grabs him by the hair and pulls his head up. The guy is shaking like mad. Do you know who I am? Somebody's father? His name was Sean. 6 years ago. Francis Poole. The guy doesn't raise his head for a moment. I told him I was a policeman. Anderton reacts to this, and that I needed his help. It wasn't so bad, really. I sang him a song and made him laugh and bought him a pretzel. I took care of him. I made him happy. He's alive? The man just looks at him. Anderton is reeling. Where have you got him? Is he all right? Tell me, you fuck! Where is he? I put him in a barrel and sunk him in the bay. Anderton stops, shocked by this image. It floated back up. I had to take him out and... Anderton screams and throws him against the wall, ignoring Agatha's screams for him to stop. For his part, Crow just covers up and waits for it to end, shouting over and over, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. Anderton's stopwatch, counting down from 18 seconds. Anderton pulls the man to his feet, shoving him against the window. He now stands there shaking, looking at Crow, the man shaking as Anderton weighs what he's about to do. The Revo billboard as it's hoisted upward by the crane, the smiling face coming around, its grinning visage just over Crow's shoulder as it was in the prevision. He cuts a look into the mirror of his left, sees the image of Agatha, her face imploring. Anderton, you can choose! You can choose! Anderton's watch counting down from 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Beep, beep, beep. Finally, tears in his eyes, Anderton backs away from Crow, looks at the gun in his hand. Crow opens his eyes and watches as Anderton lowers the gun. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can be used against you in a court of law. Crow looks at him. This is not what he expected. You have the right to an attorney, present now and during any future questioning. If you cannot afford one, one will be appointed to you. Do you understand these rights? Crow doesn't move, confused. You're not going to kill me? No. Crow still doesn't move. But you have to. They said you would. Anderton looks at Agatha. The precogs were wrong. If you don't kill me, my family gets nothing. Anderton pauses and looks back at him as Crow moves forward. You're supposed to kill me. He said you would. Who said I would? He called me in prison and said if I went along, he'd get me released, take care of my family. If you did what? Acted like I killed your kid. Anderton goes stiff and looks at Agatha. Look, I've put my family through enough misery. You gotta kill me. This way I can leave them something. Crow, I'm not going to kill you. Look, believe me, I know it's hard, but you gotta do it. I'm asking you again. Who made you do this? I don't know, I never saw his face. All I know is the next day I was out, so the guy must have had juice somewhere. Look, man, you gotta go through with this. What the fuck is going on? Suddenly, Crow steps forward and grabs the muzzle of Anderton's gun and holds it up to his own chest. Agatha's eyes roll, and she holds onto the table for support. Anderton! Kill me! Anderton tries to pull the gun away, but Crow hangs on. What about the picture? Fake! He gave it to me! Now, pulling on the gun. Shoot me, goddammit, before I lose my nerve! Anderton pulls the gun back. Tell me, who was it who set this up? If I tell you, my family gets nothing. Who made you do this? He pulls the gun. Kill me! Tell me! Anderton looks at Crow, who holds the gun muzzle tight to his chest, his eyes imploring Anderton to pull the trigger. Let go of the gun. You're not going to kill me. Goodbye, Crow. Anderton turns to go, but Crow holds on to the muzzle. Anderton, wait! Don't! Crow yanks on the gun, making Anderton pull the trigger. We hear a loud boom, and Anderton turns and sees Crow holding the gun to his own exploded chest. Jesus! Crow looks at Anderton, a stupid look on his face. He stumbles backward toward the window. Anderton moves forward and reaches for his shirt as, No! She turns away, framed in the mirror, as Crow falls through the window. Anderton stands there frozen a moment, unable to move or think. We hear someone scream off screen. Anderton looks across the way and sees everyone in the building across the street watching him. Agatha takes him by the arm. Go! Anderton grabs Agatha and runs out of the room. As people stick their heads out of their doors and whisper, Agatha leads a stunned Anderton down the hall. A woman watches them go, then moves to the doorway and peers into the room. She sees a broken window through the doorway. Murder! As they come outside, then quickly move past where Crow's body lies crumpled, half on, half off the roof of a crane. Gawkers stand around stunned, staring at the body, until the woman sticks her head out the window above and screams again. Murder! Now everybody's whispering. Murder? Murder! Agatha leads Anderton around the back of the building. As the ship comes over the roof of the hotel, Witwer looks down at the billboard sitting there, and then, as they move past the edge of the roof, he sees the crane with the body of Leo Crow on top. Other cops keep the crowd back as the ship lands in the middle of the street and the team disperses. Witwer goes straight to the body. He looks up at the broken window in the hotel. As Witwer moves around Crow's hotel room, he sees the Polaroids on one of the beds, spots the one of Sean and freezes. As Anderton did, he sits down on the bed. He notices something on the floor by the window. He picks up Anderton's .45. First murder in 6 years. Witwer looks up at Fletcher standing in the doorway, looking around at the room. Jesus, they're never wrong, are they? Witwer looks at Fletcher a moment. There's a maid in this hotel? I don't know why. If you were a child killer, you took these pictures. Would you leave them out on the bed for anyone to find? They could have been put away. Anderton could have found them. What kind of cop were you before this? I was a Treasury agent for 8 years. Why? Treasury. This would be your first actual murder scene. Fletcher nods and watches as Witwer looks around the room. I worked homicide before I went federal. He indicates the room. This is what we would have called an orgy of evidence. Do you know how many orgies of evidence I've had as a homicide copy, Gordon? How many? None. Witwer looks around. This was arranged. Slowly developing, floating in solution, a photograph of a child. We hear a phone ring, and then we widen to reveal Lara Anderton working under the red light. She watches the photo develop a moment and drops it into the stop bath, answers the phone. Crow is dead. She goes stiff. John? He's dead, Laura. Oh, God, what did you do? Nothing. I didn't kill him. Then how did he... Laura, I don't know why this is happening. I just know they're setting me up. I can't trust anybody. I don't know who to talk to or where to go. Laura, are you there? She stands there for a moment staring at the image. Yes, I'm here, John. Anderton stands outside the Lexus talking on the phone. He looks off toward the water, the coastal highway. I'm right here. As the Lexus moves along the coast to the Chesapeake Bay, Agatha stares out the window. She looks pale and weak. Anderton's jacket is folded over her. Can you see? So beautiful. She looks at him. Where are we going? Someplace safe. I have to go back. The other two will die without me. You want to spend the rest of your life in the temple? She looks back out the window. I always wondered what the world would be like, but now I've seen it. I don't need to see any more. It's all right. Once I'm in the tank, I won't remember any of this. Agatha, you're never going back there. I am going back. I see myself there. He reacts to this. She touches his arm. It's best, Anderton, if you don't think of me as human. He looks at her, but she closes her eyes. A sad Burgess sits with a drink in his hand, watching the CNN coverage of the Crow murder. Burgess shakes his head as his wife comes in. Danny Witwer is on the phone. He says it's important. Burgess mutes the set and watches as the Attorney General, looking like shit right now, talks to the reporter. Burgess into the phone. What? We see the image of Witwer in one corner of the television screen. Lamar, I found something. What? I don't want to say over the phone, but I think we may be chasing the wrong man. Where are you? In Anderton's apartment, Anne Lively is drowned by an assailant in black in the middle of the room. Witwer sits at Anderton's hollow computer watching the image. It finishes just as Burgess comes into the room. Good God, what was that? Wait just a second. Witwer works the machine, while Burgess looks around the apartment. He takes in the mess, the open cupboards. He kicks the inhalers on the floor and sits down. Anderton's 45 sitting by the chair. He picks it up and examines it. We recovered that from Crow's hotel room. Burgess looks sadly at the gun a moment. I remember when I gave this to him, back in Baltimore. He was one of those cops. Still thought he could make a dent in all the bad there was in the world. Burgess looks around the apartment. The irony is, sometimes it's the very vision that makes you want to make the world a better place, that turns you into something you can't even recognize anymore. He sighs and looks at Witwer. Tell me what you have. Witwer nods and starts the image once more. This is the murder of a woman named Anne Lively. Burgess sits forward and watches as the man in black shoves her face onto the water. He told me about this. You got this from containment? Yes, this is from the twins, Arthur and Dashiell. Agatha's stream was missing. Now this one is from the cyber parlor. Anderton downloaded it directly from Agatha. Watch. We see the fragments of a man donning gloves, dropping an overcoat. Then once more, we see the man in black drowning her. It's the same prevision. Not quite. Witwer gets up and moves to the image. Look at the surface wind across the water. Watch the ripples. They're moving away from shore. We see they're all moving from right to left. We watch the silent murder of Anne Lively. The image finishes, a blank. We see the fragmented images of the gloves. We now see the second image of Anne Lively being murdered. Now the second image. Watch the water. The wind has changed. The ripples are going the other way. I don't understand. This murder is happening at 2 different times. Burgess stares at the image and watches again as it repeats. Witwer hits the remote, and the image of Anne Lively freezes. According to the sentry, Anderton was watching this at containment right before he was tagged. I know. He came to me, told me about the missing data stream. He was concerned that you might find it. I did find it. It was inside Agatha all this time. So the question is, why would someone want this erased from the data file? Danny, tell me what you're thinking. I'm thinking someone got away with murder. How? Witwer moves around the frozen image of Anne Lively. By fooling the system. All someone would have to do is wait for pre-crime to stop the murder from taking place, then a few minutes later, commit the crime in exactly the same way. Burgess nods. Yes, it's called an echo. The act of murder is such a violent disturbance in the future continuum that it sometimes repeats into the precogs. Witwer, for a beat, remembers. Precog déjà vu. We teach the text to identify them and disregard. Witwer looks at him. So there is a way to fool the system. Yes. Witwer looks at the image. Of course, it would have to be someone with access to the prevision in the first place. Someone fairly high up. Burgess, his finger to his lips. Shh. You know what I hear? What? Nothing. No footsteps coming up the stairs. No hovercraft out the window. No clickety-click of little spiders. No one crashing through the door. And do you know why I don't hear any of those things, Danny? Because right now, the precogs can't see. Witwer suddenly understands. He sees Anderton's .45 in Burgess's hand, and he knows it's already too late as the gun goes off. He shoots Witwer right through the hollow image of Anne Lively. Burgess stands up as Witwer drops to his knees. He looks up at Burgess, gasping, clutching his chest with both hands, as if in prayer. He can do nothing but watch as the man shoots him once more, knocking him to the floor. Burgess steps over him, crouches down, and takes something from Witwer's pocket. A stick of gum. He puts it into his mouth and then starts to wipe the .45 down with a handkerchief. Burgess answers, his phone ringing. Burgess. As Laura watches Anderton pull up to the cottage. Lamar, it's Laura. Burgess talks to her, all the while continuing to wipe down his gun and tidying up the apartment. Yes, Laura? He takes the disk from the hollow computer and drops it into his pocket. You have to help him. Is he there? As Laura watches Anderton lead Agatha towards the door. Yes. Has he got the precog with him? Yes. Burgess looks around the room, making sure he hasn't forgotten anything. Keep him there. I'm on my way. Please don't tell Witwer. I don't trust him. Burgess looks at Witwer's body. I won't say a word. You just don't let John leave, all right? He's no killer, Lamar. I know. As Agatha looks out at the house, watching as Laura now comes out the front door and hugs Anderton, she looks at Agatha. It's all right, Laura. I want you to meet Agatha. Laura smiles at her. Agatha turns and looks at the rusted tricycle lying in the weeds near the door and shivers. I'm cold. Laura opens the door. Come inside. As Laura walks to the cliffs and stands behind Anderton. I just need to sit and think, figure this out. He turns to her. It's like a bad dream. It's like I'm down the fucking rabbit hole. It's getting dark. He takes off his sunglasses. She sees his new eyes. She gasps. Oh God, John, what have you done? Agatha moves around the house and stops at a bedroom. Inside is a daybed, beach toys, stuffed animals, toy soldiers. She puts her hand in Anderton's coat pocket, takes out the card, containing the image of Anne Lively drowning. The team flies silently over the countryside. ETA 5 minutes! As Anderton paces along the cliff. They used Sean. They wanted me to think Crow killed him. Lara reacts to this. But he didn't. Then who was he? He was just some guy they found. Found where? Somewhere. He stands there, a thought dawning on him. Think, John, why would they set you up? Because I found out about her. About who? Anne Lively. He starts for the house. Anderton comes in from the back. The place is dark. Agatha? Agatha sits on the floor in the midst of a pile of toys, face streaked with tears. Dr. Heinemann once said to me, the dead don't die. They look on and help. Remember that, John. Agatha looks around the room. He's on the beach now, a toe in the water, asking you to come in with him. He's been racing his mother up and down the sand. She looks up at Anderton, smiling and crying at the same time. There's so much love in this house. She closes her eyes. He's 10 years old. He's surrounded by animals. He wants to be a vet. You keep a rabbit for him, a bird, and a fox. Anderton can't move and can't breathe. He's in high school. He likes to run, like his father. He runs the 2-mile and the long relay. He's 23 at a university. He makes love to a pretty girl named Claire. He asks her to be his wife. He calls here and tells Laura, who cries. He still runs across the university and into the stadium where John watches. She's shaking her head now. Oh God, he's running so fast, like his dad. He sees his daddy and wants to run to him, but he's only 6 years old. He can't do it. The other man is so fast. Agatha looks up at Anderton, weeping and shaking. There was so much love in this house. Anderton turns away and sees Laura in the doorway now, her own eyes full of tears. I'm so sorry. I just want him back. I want him back so bad. I know, I do too. So did she. They both look at her. She's staring at the photograph of Anne Lively. Can't you see? She just wanted her little girl back. Who wanted her little girl back? The drowning woman, showing him the photograph. Anne. But it was too late. Her little girl was already gone. She died? She grew up. She's still alive. Agatha looks up at Anderton now. She's not alive, but she didn't die. Oh, Jesus. John, what is it? How did I not see this? Agatha, who killed your mother? Who killed Anne Lively? She looks at Anderton, keeps her voice calm as she says, I'm sorry, John, but you have to run again. What? Run! Suddenly the room is bathed in light. The pre-crime ships hover over the house. Pre-crime cops are everywhere. We hear no sound as the cops burst into the room and grab Anderton. We see but don't hear Laura scream as they throw him to the floor. He sees Knott coming forward, pulling the temporary halo from his belt. John Anderton, by mandate of the District of Columbia Pre-Crime Division, I'm placing you under arrest for the murders of Leo Crow and Danny Witwer. Laura sees the surprise in Anderton's face as he now turns at the mention of Witwer's name. Witwer? But another cop pulls his head back and begins to quickly shave his head, his hair falling onto the picture of his dead son. He looks over and sees Agatha in the center of it all, the only one moving at normal speed, going from one cop to the next, whispering in their ears, startling them, until Fletcher takes her by the arm and ushers her away. She nods, That's the last thing Anderton sees before his body racks and goes stiff with a shock. Then we fade to black. We hear a soft cooing voice, like someone talking to a baby. "That's it. That's my girl." As Wally gently lowers Agatha into the tank and begins the process of reconnecting her to her brothers. Her eyes are sunken and dark. "I was so worried about you. Did he hurt you?" He stops and looks at her a moment, then takes out a needle and injects her with the drug. "God, I missed you so much." He says nothing as he kisses her on the mouth. Anderton lies still as a halo clicks into his shaved head. Anderton moves his eyes and sees Gideon smiling over him. "You're part of my flock now, John. Welcome." "Laura, it's actually kind of a rush. They say you get visions, that your life flashes before your eyes, and then all your dreams come true." Anderton struggles but can't move. Gideon starts to roll away. As Wally climbs down the precog tank, Agatha then turns to her brothers and takes each one by hand as the tank begins to refill with the milk. As the tier begins to sink down to the floor in the department of containment, Anderton starts to sink into the blackness below. "Gideon! Gideon!" But Anderton's scream is drowned out by a blast from Gideon's pipe organ as we cut to black. "Dad? Wake up." We now see Anderton's son standing before him. He's now 11 years old. "Sean, you're not real. You gotta have faith, Dad." "It's a little late for that. You want to hear something funny?" "What the hell?" "I lived for a year with a man who was pretending to be my father. He took me all over the world." Anderton looks at him. "You're alive?" "No. He got tired of pretending." "Oh, Sean. The funny thing is, I started to believe he was really my dad." "Sean, I feel bad about it. I need you to forgive me." "I forgive you. Once I even told him I loved him. I forgive you. The more you want to believe something, the easier it is to be fooled. I was looking for you. I know that. I know you would have done anything to find me. I know you would have died for me. I wanted to. Goodbye, Dad." The boy begins to fade away. "Who are you?" "I'm your son. I'm you." "Sean, wait." Sean, now 6 years old. "Hold your breath, Dad." And he's gone. Anderton is left alone in the dark. As Laura is greeted by Burgess in a white t-shirt and slacks, no shoes, he's in the middle of getting dressed. He embraces her. "This is all my fault." "No, it isn't, Lamar. There was nothing anyone could do." She sits on the couch, a box of Anderton's belongings on the coffee table in front of her. "I thought you might want to have these." He moves to a mirror and starts to put on his pre-crime dress uniform shirt. "I haven't worn this damn thing in years. Just wanted to make sure it fits before tonight." "You look great." He watches in the mirror as she lifts John's .45 out of the box. "I knew he was having trouble for some time, and yet I did nothing about it." Laura is about to say something when Burgess's secretary sticks her head in. "The guy from USA Today is here." "Tell him not now. He just wanted a few minutes before—" "Not now." The secretary exits. Burgess buttons his shirt. "It's insanity around here." "I thought you were retiring." "I was, but this whole incident with John made me realize the fragility of what we've built here. This is John's legacy as much as mine. I want to protect that." He looks at her. "I know how hard this is for you, but you can at least find some comfort in the fact that John finally found the man who killed your son." She looks at him, thinking about what he just said, watching as he pins his pre-crime badge to his shirt. Who is Anne Lively? He pokes himself with the pin and winces. Who? Anne Lively. John was talking about her right before they took him. I don't know who that is. Burgess doesn't say anything. The news keeps getting worse. John said something about him being set up because he found out about her. We know why John was tagged. He also said Crow was a fake. Burgess looks at her. And Witwer? He was shot with John's gun inside John's apartment. She looks back at Burgess a moment, and then, Lamar, do you know the reason why John came here to work with you? Sean. No, that's what everyone thinks. John shot a man dead in Baltimore 6 months before. She lets Burgess react, and then, he was serving a warrant on a murder suspect when the guy opened fire from inside. It was a good shooting. The department gave John a commendation for it, but John couldn't let it go. He'd see the man's name in his sleep. He didn't eat. It was all he talked about. It was all he thought about. He came to work for you because he thought if he could just stop that kind of thing from happening. She takes a breath and tries to control herself. I understand. No, I don't think you do. The other day when he came to the cottage, he talked about a lot of things, but Danny Witwer, the man he was supposed to have just killed, he didn't mention him. He didn't even say his name once. Burgess looks at her, and then takes her hand and sighs. Laura, John was the best cop I ever knew. In some ways, the best man. But the scars he carried around, well, he shakes his head. I know that he would want us to honor the good things we remember about him. She keeps looking at him. He smiles. But I also know why he married you. You're as stubborn as he is. Lamar... All right, tell you what I'll do. First thing Monday, I'll look over the Witwer evidence, and I'll have Gideon run the containment files. See if anyone drowned a woman named, what did you say her name was? Anne Lively. But I never said she drowned. Burgess looks at her, his expression slowly going icy, as his secretary once more reappears. Sir, the press conference is starting. Burgess looks at Laura. I'll be there. The secretary backs out of the room, and Burgess moves to Laura. She flinches slightly as he reaches past her head and grabs his hat from the back of the couch. We'll talk about this later. He kisses her. I'll come by the cottage. He walks out, leaving her there on the couch. She looks around the office, and then at John's .45 sitting on the table. Moving in on Gideon's hands as he plays the organ. Suddenly the fingers stop. Lara is standing there. Anderton's .45 is pressed to Gideon's temple. I'd like a word with my husband. He looks at her. You're not authorized. How did you get in here? She drops the black ziplock on the table in front of him. Gideon nods as Anderton's old eyes swim past the clear plastic window. Okey pokey, off we go. News crews are out front of the Willard Hotel. A news reporter faces a hovering news bot. Today, a 6-year experiment was deemed a success when all 50 states overwhelmingly ratified the National Pre-Crime Amendment. A gala ball. In a hotel ballroom. Lamar Burgess and his family are surrounded by Washington dignitaries and well-wishers, all here to celebrate the passage of the National Pre-Crime Bill. On a giant screen, victims are expressing their thanks for the program's existence, including Sarah Marks. Attorney General Nash speaks to a throng of reporters, not too happy about what he has to say. The president feels, and I agree, that the best way to avoid any appearance of impropriety or any kind of infighting was to create an entirely new society. As the pre-crime team watches the festivities on a monitor in the pre-crime analytical room, their faces are all glum. Ivana looks like she's been crying. And of course, the only man qualified to run such an entity is Lamar Burgess. Now, if you'll excuse me, I am urgently needed somewhere else. Fletcher pours some champagne into a paper cup and drinks it down. He's drunk. Why don't I feel like celebrating? 'Cause all of a sudden you got no one you can fucking brown nose anymore. Fletcher looks at Knott and gets to his feet, unsteady. John Anderton was my friend. Your friend is a murderer. He ruined our perfect record. 6 years, not one damn murder. Knott grabs the champagne from Fletcher and starts to pour it into a cup, but just sucks on the bottle instead. A video presentation of the history of pre-crime plays in the ballroom. Lamar Burgess. We hear music, see different shots of Burgess, rehab prison. We hear about its fabulous success rate. The video ends to great applause. Ladies and gentlemen, Lamar Burgess, director of the new National Pre-Crime. Applause. Then the room falls silent as Burgess's staff present him with an ivory box. He opens it and looks at his secretary, who smiles. Congratulations, sir. My God. He holds up a beautiful ivory-handled antique revolver. The crowd oohs and ahs. How did you get this? I padded your expense account for at least 6 months. Laughter. As he stares at the gun and moves almost to tears, the room grows silent. He looks up. Revolvers like this were given to the generals at the end of the Civil War by their troops. The cylinders were loaded with 6 gold-plated bullets to symbolize the end of destruction and death that had ripped the country apart for 6 years. He opens the gun and shows them 6 gold bullets. We pick out Laura in an evening gown in the back of the room, watching, her eyes fixed on Burgess. With pre-crime going national, maybe we can all look forward to a time when none of us have to discharge another firearm ever again. Everyone applauds. Burgess's secretary gets a phone call and ducks her head so that she can hear. I think people forget, for all the talk about precogs, pre-crime is only as good as the men and women who support them. As Anderton's old team watches from the analytical room silently. I'm grateful to you for all that you've done to make this happen. I assure you, I won't forget you when bonus time comes around. Knott raises the bottle. Now that's cool. As Burgess smiles. Now enjoy yourself. That's an order. Laura watches as Burgess steps off the stage. His secretary meets him. He's immediately surrounded by well-wishers and autograph seekers. You have an emergency call on your private line? Thank you. Into his phone. This is Burgess. Hello, Lamar. Burgess goes instantly pale as his wife comes up and kisses him on the cheek. John, I just wanted to congratulate you. You did it. You've created a world without murder. So what if you had to kill someone to do it? As Jad gets a phone call. A-room, Jad. Burgess smiles at his unaware wife and then starts walking to the side door, trying to get away from the crowd, many of whom now thrust pre-crime baseball hats at him to sign. He moves past Laura on her phone, who turns away. Laura says into the phone, to Jad, John needs a favor. As Jad listens a moment and then hits a switch, we now hear the conversation between Burgess and Anderton. All these years, Agatha's had the truth locked inside of her. The Minority Report. All these years, she's the only one who knew what really happened. In the pre-crime temple, Agatha lies there, staring upward. Until last week, when she took my hand and showed me the image of the drowning woman. an image that would eventually lead me back to you. Burgess forces a smile, nodding to this person and that. I don't know what you're talking about, John. We are close on Anderton's back. We don't know where he is. I'm talking about Anne Lively, just a junkie who had a kid once and had to give her up. As Burgess smiles tightly at people and mouths, "Excuse me," as he tries to make for the damn door, but he can't seem to get away from the crowd of well-wishers, including the Attorney General, who reluctantly shakes his hand. But, surprise, this junkie cleaned herself up. As Agatha opens her eyes, he begins moving into one of them. She wanted the kid back. We now see in her eye the screaming face of Anne Lively. She wanted Agatha. Jad sees the image on the screen and starts patching it in. But you and Heinemann had already turned the girl into something else, a precog. As Wally looks up at the image on the screen, Anne Lively is drowning. Wally, are you getting this? Uh-huh. As Burgess, surrounded by autograph seekers, is forced to stop and sign their hats, Anderton continues. And without her, there was no pre-crime. She's always been the strongest of the three. And you know that without Agatha, you had nothing. Without her, you wouldn't be where you are now, standing there signing autographs. Boom. Burgess stops cold and stares around the room. He knows Anderton must be nearby. As Wally studies the image of Anne Lively drowning, playing over and over. It's a single stream, from the female only, with no time or instant data. Meaning? Meaning whatever it is, it ain't the future. It already happened. As the screen starts to show the same vision and people reacting, Burgess at the back of the room sees it too. Now you had to get rid of Anne Lively. You had to find a way to shut her up, which presented a problem. How can you murder her without the precogs seeing it? Simple. You use the system against her. Burgess quickly goes through a swinging door into a corridor, where he looks up and down the corridor for Anderton. You hired someone to kill her for you, knowing full well the precogs would see that murder. Burgess turns back and looks through a circle of glass in the swinging door at the ballroom screen. A series of grainy images. A figure in a black overcoat pulls on a mask. You lured Anne Lively out to the lake with the promise of doing the right thing, reuniting her with her daughter. Now we see Anne Lively standing by the side of a lake, her hair whipping in the wind as the figure approaches. Mr. Burgess? The image plays out in Agatha's eye. Run! In the hotel ballroom, Anne Lively looks up and sees the source of the wind, the pre-crime hovership. The figure takes off running. You even made the arrest yourself. We now see a series of images. Lamar Burgess standing there in a white coat, getting off the hovership, as the killer is brought down and the mask is ripped off. We see the red lines around his eyes. It's the John Doe from Containment. His face is shoved into the mud. The crowd stands there stunned by what they're watching. As we move through the chaos of 50 servers, cooks, and dishwashers, we find Anderton for the first time, standing in a corner in a hooded sweatshirt, his back to us. Then, when you were all alone, staring through the glass at the ballroom screen, we see the younger Burgess facing Anne Lively beside the lake as the hovership lifts off in the background. Where's my daughter? On screen, the younger Burgess takes off the white overcoat, pulls his arms from the coat, and the inside is black. The coat is reversible. You killed her yourself in the same way the precogs predicted your John Doe would kill her. You made the real murder look like an echo, knowing the tech would ignore it. As the image plays out in Agatha's eye, Anne Lively is backing away. You fooled the other two precogs. but not Agatha. Now, inside her eye, we see the image of Burgess pulling on the same mask that the John Doe wore. She was going to see the murder of her own mother, no matter what state you did it in, or how you tried to hide it. As Agatha tries to sit up, "Run!" The crowd is silent as they watch a series of fast images. Anne Lively stumbles. Burgess grabs her, Anne's face hitting the water. Burgess shoving her head under and holding it down. Burgess through the glass window, watching himself murder this woman. As Anne Lively dies in the water, her arms float to her chest, beckoning us to her as she floats away. Agatha raises her own arms now. "Mama!" As Burgess turns away from the window and leans against the wall, sweating, ashen-faced. Anderton turns around. We now see the two different colored eyes peering out. "You still there, Lamar?" Burgess looks down a moment and then holds up his hand. We see that he's still holding the revolver. All three precogs float to the surface. "Murderer!" A red ball screaming at us. An alarm sounds and Wally appears on screen. "We got a red ball." Agatha rises to the surface. Agatha, think about the lives that little girl saved. As Burgess collects himself and starts walking. "Think about the lives that little girl saved." He peers into a room, looking for Anderton. "Think about the lives she will save." Anderton moves through the steamy kitchen. "That little girl could have saved Sean." Anderton slams his hand down on a metal counter. "Don't you fucking say his name." As Burgess hears the sound, starts down the corridor for it. One male precog speaks. "You used the memory of my dead son." People in the kitchen are now looking at Anderton. He turns away. "You used the memory of my dead son to set me up. That was the one thing you knew would drive me to murder." Up ahead, Burgess sees a waiter exit the kitchen. "What are you going to do now, Lamar?" The precog speaks again. "How are you going to shut me up?" Anderton starts for the kitchen door. "How are you going to shut me up?" And now behind him, we see Burgess come into the kitchen. "John, people have seen a future where they feel safe. If all it cost was the death of a former drug addict, leave it alone, John. Leave it alone." Back in the pre-crime analytical room, the Anne Lively images distort into static. We now see an image of Lamar Burgess embracing Anderton, the city skyline behind them. We see Anderton whisper in Burgess's ear. Burgess looks at him. "Forgive me, John." Burgess shoots Anderton at point-blank range. "Oh, God!" The red ball slows, and we see the name John Anderton. The two men move about the giant kitchen, Burgess now stalking Anderton. "People want to believe in that system. There's a beauty in it." "Beauty? The precogs don't even always agree with each other." Burgess catches a glimpse of Anderton and moves that way. "The precogs don't always have to work, John. Just as long as people believe they do, that's enough." As the team gets ready, a drunk Fletcher tries to put on his uniform. "Willard Hotel, 2 minutes." Jad rests a hand on his shoulder. "Fletcher, I think you should stay with me." Knott looks at Fletcher. "Not to worry, Gordon. I'll save your pal." As Burgess moves through the huge space, looking this way and that for Anderton. "My God, John, a few hundred years ago they used to bleed the sick. 20 years ago, if you had a tumor, they would cut it out of you with a knife, for Christ's sake." He peers into a walk-in freezer as it's opened. "Since then, the focus of medicine has gone from cure to prevention. Well, now law enforcement is going the same way." As the freezer door is closed, we see a moving reflection in the stainless steel. He turns and sees Anderton go through a door at the back. Lamar, it's over. As the male precog rolls over, the question you have to ask is, with nowhere else to go, Anderton stands at the balcony. His hood is off, exposing his shaved head. What are you going to do now? He turns and sees Burgess standing in the doorway, holding the gun on him. Anderton looks off at the skyline. We see a blinking red light moving towards us over the city. No doubt the precogs have already seen this. No doubt, seeing the red light. Then go ahead, pull the trigger. As the hover ship whips past us like a gunshot, Burgess begins moving toward Anderton. What's the matter, Lamar? You see the problem, don't you? If you don't kill me, it means the precogs were wrong. Pre-crime is over. If you do kill me, you go away. But it proves the system works. The precogs were right. Burgess is now right in front of Anderton, the gun inches from Anderton's chest. So what do you do? Ivana's watch counts down. 7 seconds left. We're not going to make it. Anderton waits for Burgess to pull the trigger. What is it worth? Just one more murder. Now the hover ship rises over the terrace. You'll rot in hell with a halo, but people will still believe in pre-crime. Burgess looks at the ship. All you have to do now is pull the trigger, like they said you would. Burgess turns back and raises the gun. His hand shakes. Except, you've seen your own future, which means the wind blows as the hover ship now comes down the terrace. The precops descend from inside. You can change it if you want to. Burgess looks off as the precops run across the terrace. You still have a choice, Lamar. Suddenly, all at once, the precops' watches begin to beep as the time runs out. Anderton's eyes on Burgess. He raises his hand and motions for the precops to all stop where they are. The sound of the ship is loud. Anderton speaks into Burgess's ear. Yes, I have a choice, and I've made it. He lowers the gun. The precops stand there waiting for him. Anderton takes Burgess by the arm. The man is unsteady, and Anderton holds on to him. Burgess looks him in the eye. Forgive me, John. We hear a gunshot, and everybody freezes. Anderton falls to his knees. A red stain now spreading across Burgess's heart. Forgive me. Anderton and the rest of the precops all move to the dying Burgess. We hear the sound of the rain. It dissolves to the pre-crime headquarters. A crane dismantles the statue. Regular cops patrol the rainy streets. The pre-crime temple tank is empty and the equipment is gone. Anderton stands alone watching the rain fall, looking out at the city. A figure walks up to him. This time it's not digital. It's Laura. She's flesh and blood. She's pregnant. She stands behind him watching the rain. Then we dissolve to the image of Anne Lively. On a plastic card Anderton has downloaded from containment. It's cracked, but the image still moves. Anne Lively drowning, her hand beckoning us in death. A finger caresses the image as we pull back to reveal Agatha, sitting in a rocking chair, bundled up, wind blowing her hair. She stares at the photograph. We hear laughter, and we continue pulling back to reveal a small cabin. She sits in front, rocking back and forth. She looks off, and we pull back to reveal the two other precogs, dressed in warm clothing, working in a crude garden, one of them pulling rocks from the flower bed. We crane up and see that they're by the shore. The ocean is murky and fierce, with huge waves crashing on the rocky beach. We crane all the way back and see that the three of them are on a small island, in the middle of the Atlantic somewhere. no other people or civilization, and no murder. The end. Don't forget to subscribe below and press the bell notification button so you never miss another movie reading. See you in the next video.